pleasure of welcoming you all on the behalf of the Department of English, Linguistics and Literature, Riphah International University, Islamabad, to this two-day international conference on applied linguistics. Among my audience, I clearly see two groups. On the one hand, we have esteemed international scholars and researchers whose contribution offer an interdisciplinary focus and valuable insights into contemporary and future research trends. On the other hand, we have a large group of students, young researchers, who look to their teachers with high expectations and aspire to become a scholar, embracing the spirit of I Call 2025. Hence, without further delay, we begin our conference in the name of Allah. I invite Mr. Muhammad Riaz to recite a few verses from the Holy Quran.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم اقرأ باسم ربك الذي خلق خلق الإنسان من علق اقرأ وربك الأكرم الذي علم بالقلم علم الإنسان ما لم يعلم صدق الله العظيم. In the name of Allah, the most gracious, the dispenser of grace. Read in the name of thy sustainer who has created man out of the germ cell. Read for thy sustainer who taught man the use of the pen, taught man what he did not know. Jazak.
Jazakallah. Thank you for the recitation. We seek the blessings of Allah for the success of all our deeds. Ameen. Ladies and gentlemen, please rise for the national anthem. Dear audience, we begin the inaugural session of iCall 2025 with the introduction and welcome address of Dr. Muhammad Abdullah Beg. Dr. Muhammad Abdullah Beg, Head of Department and Focal Person, Department of English, Linguistics and Literature, Riphah International University, Islamabad. Dr. Abdullah has vast experience of teaching in different universities of Islamabad, like NAMAL, Islamic International, FUI. He has published his research in reputed national and international research journals. He has more than 60 research publications on his credit, which include more than 20 HEC-recognized X-category journals publications. He has earned a good number of citations. In his PhD in English linguistics from NAMAL, Islamabad, he worked on pragmatic losses in English translation of the Holy Quran. His research areas include applied linguistics, translation studies, medium of instruction, semantics, pragmatics, and language and gender. Now, I invite Dr. Muhammad Abdullah Beg to deliver the welcome note and introduction of the conference.
In the name of Allah, the most gracious, the most merciful. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. A respected chief guest and teacher of a galaxy of successful teachers, Professor Dr. Muhammad Safir Awan, Pro-Rector Academics, National University of Modern Languages, Islamabad. Dr. Safir is available online with us. Honorable Professor Dr. Khurram Shehzad, Dean, Faculty of Management Sciences, Social Sciences and Humanities, as well as Director Campus Al-Mizan. Our Dean is also available with us online. Both of them are suffering with viral infection, so that's why they are available online. Professor Dr. Muhammad Shaban Rafi, our mentor and former head of the Department of English Linguistics and Literature, our esteemed keynote speaker, Dr. Gennady Medvedev from Qaboos University, Muscat, Oman, worthy keynote speakers, presenters across the world, respectable faculty members, conference organizing committee members, moderators, online participants, our PhD, MPhil, and BS students. I welcome you all in the 4th International Conference on Applied Linguistics, which you know is being organized by Department of English Linguistics and Literature, Riphah International University, Islamabad. I am confident that this conference will help the participants and our students in particular to switch to innovative areas of research, inshallah. Following the previous edition of iCall, this platform provides a space to the researchers and scholars to present their applied research to address the social issues. With the expansion of interdisciplinary research in English language teaching, linguistics, and literature, iCall welcomes the scholars and researchers to present their research perspectives. The conference aims to motivate the researchers from To achieve this goal, I call invited abstracts on multiple themes. Number one, AI impact on language and literature. Number two, communication in healthcare discourse. Number three, conflict, representation, and prejudices. Number four, eco-linguistics and ecological narratives. Number five, emerging trends in translation studies. Number six, global perspectives in English language teaching. Number seven, gender dynamics in socio-cultural transformation. Number eight, language policy predicaments and the way forward. Number nine, language, mind, and brain. Number 10, Islamic perspectives in English literature. Dear audience, a number of abstracts were received before the closing date of submission. However, only 35% of abstracts were selected for the final presentation. The goal of the selection process was to choose those abstracts which have practical and applied research value in the fields of linguistics and literature. The researchers from Azerbaijan, Algeria, Indonesia, Italy, Malaysia, Morocco, Nigeria, Oman, Pakistan, and Singapore submitted their abstracts. They have also confirmed their participation in the conference. The conference mainly focuses to bring together the scholar and interdisciplinary research experts from English linguistics and literature to interact and discuss the contemporary and future research trends. One of the important aspects of the conference is to provide them an opportunity to collaborate in interdisciplinary research. Apart from this, I call added the themes that are closely related to the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. It may help the teachers, students, and researchers to develop an insight in those themes to be incorporated in their ongoing or future research. The Department of English Linguistics and Literature would like to express its appreciation for the logistic and financial support provided by the Riphah International University, especially the management offices, operation departments, finance department, procurement department, media, and IT departments. The department wants to extend his special thanks to all the participants, scholars, researchers, and students who sent their abstracts to be included in ICAL 2025. The department is also grateful to the editors of various journals who have collaborated with ICAL 2025 to invite the conference participants for publication of their research papers. We have also planned to publish the conference papers in the form of an edited book. Thank you. God bless you all.
Thank you very much, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, now we move towards our first keynote speech. It is a privilege to introduce Dr. Gennady Medvedev from Qaboos University, Muscat, Oman. Dr. Gennady comes from Minsk, Belarus. He has a degree in teaching English and German and a PhD in linguistics. He has been working in foundation and credit programs at the Center for Preparatory Studies of Sultan Qaboos University in Oman since 2009. He is an author of various publications in ELT, social studies, and translation, and has presented at numerous international conferences. He is also a member of the research group English in Oman's Academia at Sultan Qaboos University. His main research interests are second language acquisition, language variation and change, practical methodology, and designing authentic teaching materials. A distinguished scholar in the field of linguistics, Dr. Gennady has made significant contribution to language acquisition and pedagogical methodologies. Today, he will speak on learning to speak another language, theories, myth, and realities. Please give a warm welcome to Dr. Gennady. There.
Good morning. Thank you very much for this great introduction, and thank you all very much for your invitation. I hope you can hear me very clearly. If not, I'll speak up. I don't want to make a lot of noise, but I just want to, first of all, say good morning to all of you. Subah Baher, Dobra Utra. And I'm very happy to be here for the first time in Islamabad, in Pakistan. I'm honored to join as a keynote speaker the iCall 2025. As I was introduced to you before, my name is Gennady Medvedev, and I'm honored to represent Sultan Qaboos University at this venue. I would like to welcome all people who are in this room and online to my keynote address. This is not exactly a talk in this classic definition, because when I was thinking what and how to address this audience, I thought of doing not a workshop with you, because it's a conference of a different nature, and this is the first part of it, the introductory part of it. I thought of doing it in the form of a think shop. You don't have to do a lot at this point, but you have to stop and think for a few seconds perhaps, and maybe you can take it with you further and think more about what I would like to talk about. I will talk about what it takes to learn to speak a foreign language. I will cover some theories. It'll be some part of it that will be theoretical in nature, also some myths that people believe in or don't believe in, and also I'll focus on some realities related to this. So please think, reflect, and at some point feel free to share, because we'll have time during the conference to meet and talk about this. If you're ready, let's start the think shop. Okay, now this is technical. I need to make sure it works. It doesn't for some reason. Can you? Okay. Now I'd like to tell you more about myself. Now that doesn't work for some reason. Okay, can we go back to slide number 2, please? I'm very sorry for the technical part of it, because I do have a remote control that can go to slide number 2, please. Not slide number 1. This? No. Okay, wait. There should be a way to control it using my device, but it doesn't do it for some reason. Did you? Okay. Okay. First of all, let's talk about the mother tongue. I used it already in my introduction, and wishing you all and us a very good morning. And I'd like to introduce someone to you. Okay, I think I have a solution to this problem. Can you bear with me for a minute? If we can just open it through a different, no, that will not, oh, it will? Okay, thank you very much. Sorry for the technical part, delay. And well, let's talk about the mother tongue. And I'd like to quote a famous professor who says that the language we habitually speak depends on geographical accident. And a child grows to speak or write the language used at home or at school. Having said that, I'd like to introduce to you a child. That's myself, age 5. And this is where I come from. I come from Belarus, the Republic of Belarus, that used to be part of the Soviet Union. And these are my roots. That's where I come from, geographically speaking. So the language I habitually spoke as a child depended on a geographical accident. That's where I was born. My parents are of dual ethnical background. My mom is Belarusian. My father is Russian, as you can see from my last name in my presentation. I have to speak louder. Okay. Okay. In fact, this is the place where I was born. And another geographical accident. I could not help it. It just happened. I happened to start speaking my mother tongue when I was born. And this is when this person was actually born. And believe it or not, at some point, this young man had to go to school. And there was another geographical accident. This was the school that I went to in my hometown called Gomel. And another academic accident happened. That school happened to be English major school, where English was, taught in a more advanced way, in advanced manner. Could I help it? No, it was in my school district. I went there and here we go. This is the window of my classroom. And as it turned out, it's the window of opportunity and the window to the world. At some point, many years later, it brought me to Islamabad, believe it or not. When I graduated from my high school, I had nowhere else to go but to a university. And the only largest linguistic university in Belarus is Minsk State Linguistic University. That has more windows, and the windows of opportunity, and of course challenges. And that's where I spent 18 years of my life, until I went to another place. This is Sultan Qaboos University, that I joined in 2009, and I'm here teaching at the foundation and credit levels in the Center for Preparatory Studies. Again, English is not my mother tongue, and I got to learn it, and I got my own way to learn it, and I'd like to take you now through some theories related to that, and let's look at the first one. When people learn to speak another language, let's think of associations that come. Remember, it's a think shop. Let's do some thinking now. What associations come to your mind or anybody else's mind when it comes to learning another language? This is a real painting, and I spoke to the artist 2 years ago back in my home country, and he told me what he wanted to paint here was a way to extend yourself in time and space. Think about it. Is it what learning another language may often take? Extending yourself. In time, yes. In space, perhaps. For some people, believe it or not, this may be fearful. People may have fear to learn or to speak another language. By the way, this is another drawing that I borrowed from an artist who is 8 years old. That's how an 8-year-old girl from Belarus showed fear. So when people learn another language, do you think they sometimes are afraid to learn it or to speak it? Think about it, because I am giving you some food for thought. I had my breakfast. I hope you had too, because this is something that you can buy everywhere in Oman. I'm sure you can buy it in Pakistan. I have not seen it yet. I arrived at 3 in the morning. I haven't seen much of your city or the country, but this is some food for thought for you. We call it in Oman sarukh, which means a rocket. And as you know, it comes wrapped up in this aluminum foil that they use for serving this rocket and also for baking. There will be a piece of homework for you, especially for ladies in this room when it comes to baking foil. But just bear with me, it'll come a little later. Why am I bringing you this food for thought in the form of a rocket? I'll mention in a few minutes, if you don't mind. So please bear with me. Now let's talk about our brain. Now, this is one of the themes of the conference, and I liked it, and I thought I'll touch upon it. I cannot cover all of it, but a few areas from a very extensive list of topics. This is our brain, but that's the way the Russian delegation put it as a visual at Dubai Expo 2021. Now, that's the way they see the brain, and they talked about this during their presentation, but this is what the scholars talk about. It's the size of a grapefruit. Well, think about it. And it's the shape of a walnut. That is only 2% of our brain, of our body, but it consumes 20% of our calories, of our energy. So if you feel tired today at the end of the conference, I hope you won't, but it's probably because of the brain work, not so much of the physical work that you are part of. Yes, it has to carry a lot of cognitive load, but the question is, how much can it actually carry? Especially when it comes to learning to speak other languages. We have to find space in our brain to make sure everything fits in. In my case, there are a few of them, but we'll talk about that later. It makes us human. It is intrinsic. And which is fortunate or unfortunate is an extremely complex entity. So let's use our extremely complex entity to think about the world of teaching and linguistics and learning another language. I understand this audience is bilingual. You understand what I'm saying, and you also have a mother tongue, which is a matter of a geographical accident. You had it too. A geographical accident. You were born in some city, village, town, and you got to speak the mother tongue, as I quoted in my very first part of the talk. But being bilingual has a lot of advantages. It can improve our concentration, problem-solving techniques, memory, creativity. There will be some videos that I will be sharing during this, only as screenshots. In my presentation, the videos will come on the last slide. You can revisit them, just the screenshots. Why bilingualism is good for the brain? Well, there are at least 4 reasons. Maybe you can think of another one. Remember, it's a think shop. Now, this is what I like. There was a study, and it was found that it delays dementia. That's good news, especially when you grow older. Being bilingual, as they found out, would postpone this stage. I hope it won't happen to anyone, but in case it does, for bilingual people, as they say, it'll happen later. Now, I would like to share something with you which has to do with the words related to the brain, and maybe you know it, maybe you don't. I'm sorry if I repeat this information. Oxford Dictionary comes up with the word of the year every year, and last year, the word of the year, have you heard of that word before? If not, this is the definition. And the definition, the vote came from 37,000 people who voted. And the word of the year is brain rot. You're thinking, that is not a very, very positive connotation. Would you agree with me? And, well, it has to do with brain and how much irrelevant and unnecessary information it has to go through, especially when it comes to all the misuse of social media platforms, etc., etc. Well, today we have brain rot in many cases, And that's the reality that we have to face. Now, back to the rocket science. Remember Saruh, the rocket? And I have a piece of homework for you, which has to do with the aluminum foil. Next time you use it for cooking or for baking, please do me a favor, take it as a piece of homework. Think of what learning a language for you is associated with. Create something with your hand. Just take a little piece of the foil and just foil up something. What object, what thought you come up with when it comes to learning or speaking a foreign language? Maybe it's good communication. I've done my homework. Maybe it's good colleagues when it comes to a university environment like yours. Or maybe it's Google Classroom, like my environment, which actually saved my teaching career during the pandemic times. There is a gentleman, and I'll mention a TED Talk, who is a polyglot. I was asked a question by one of the colleagues, how many languages do I speak? And you know, in my home university back in Belarus, we would reply to this question with a question, when is the test? Which basically means, you know, if you say, do you speak Urdu? Say, well, give me the deadline and I will speak Urdu before that time, you know. I do speak a few languages, but here I don't talk about myself. I'm talking about us, on students that we teach, or people around us. Matthew is a polyglot. And Matthew says that learning a language kind of feels like rocket science to a lot of people. You may agree or may disagree. Think about this. And Matthew talks about a few myths related to this. Number one, he believes, people think, is that learning a language is difficult. Now, he says, no, it's not difficult. And there are a few reasons that he says. There's no cut-off date, and we adults could be very effective as well as learners, and we know how to learn already. We have learned certain things in our life. We have learned how to drive. We have learned how to cook. Okay, I don't know why it's echoing. I'm very sorry if the sound is not very clear, but I'm doing my best. Can you hear me okay? Am I clear enough? I speak slowly and clearly so that everybody understands. Another myth that he mentioned in his TED Talk is that it's irrelevant. What is irrelevant? It's not part of my life. I don't need it. What do I need it for? The arguments are like this. Do I need it? What are the benefits? Financial, mental benefits? Well, I already answered that question with dementia, right? You know, avoiding some neurological diseases. That's a big benefit. Would you agree with me? Upgrading a hotel. Once I spoke just a few phrases in a European language. I'm sorry, I was speeding. I didn't know about that. They stopped me and I used one of the phrases. I said actually happy birthday in that language that I knew how to say it. I got away without a ticket. So actually, it was not about upgrading a hotel, but it actually saved my budget. I didn't have to pay. But meeting the love of your life, you know, that's a very big benefit when it comes to speaking another language. We all know families that speak, for example, English to each other, but their mother tongue, because of the geographical accidents they had, is not English. There's nothing else I can say. That's true. Now, some people believe that you must go abroad to learn how to speak another language. And Matthew says, well, you don't have to. And he thinks of this. We need to think of similarities between our mother tongue and English, or another language, for example. Keep it simple and make it relevant. When it comes to relevant and simple, I'll share with you one activity, just straight from my classroom. Just bear with me for a few minutes. Matthew, as a polyglot, came up with a set of rules that, let's think about them. Whether or not they're applicable to you or your context, go like this. Make it yours. Make it part of your life. Make it your routine. You can make mistakes. A lot of people are afraid to make mistakes. I think I already made a few mistakes in my talk already. It's not my mother tongue. I'm sorry if I did. I can try not to. But I'm not afraid. And make it fun. Speaking of fun, fun can have a further definition, but I'll show you a few ideas related to that right from my classroom. Now, I'm a polyglot, And to answer your question, I speak Russian as my mother tongue. There's also Belarusian as our second language in the country. I come from Belarus, where we have a language. We call it Belarusian language. It's a language. Well, I speak English to you. As Dr. Sidra introduced me, I also have a degree in teaching German. Ich kann auch Deutsch. If anybody can speak German, we can practice after this talk. أتكلم شوية عربية. Well, I live 15 years in Oman. I have to. I know all the basic grammar terms when it comes to Arabic. I don't read and write, but fasla, tamasuk, siyak, all the words related to linguistics. This is a polyglot from Slovakia. I actually speak some Slovak language. I don't speak it very fluently. Nerýchlo hovoru po slovensky. Lydia Machova comes from Slovakia, and she's a polyglot. She speaks more languages than myself, and that's what she came up with. She believes that these are the three principles that all polyglots should follow if they want to speak fluently more than one language. They have to be effective methods, a system, and patience. Maybe you have other ideas related to that. Remember, it's a think shop, and every slide has dots, if you noticed. So you just take some thoughts with you, or just think about this as part of our think shop. Now, I would like to share some facts and figures with you when it comes to learning a language. Remember, fear, it's not relevant, it's not interesting, it's not important to me. Let's look at some figures. I'm sure you have heard from people a question, how much does it take to learn a foreign language? How many years do I have to study, teacher? Can we stop at some point? Is this related to you in any form? Now, I'm just going to quote a CNN travel website, and here are some numbers that they mention in this article when it comes to English speakers learning another language. Let's just turn it upside down for a minute. And for example, when it comes to my mother tongue, it should take them at least 1,100 hours to learn it, at a certain level, of course. When it comes to Arabic, double the time. Well, I guess it'll be double the difficulty for them. You might be asking me, what is 1,100 hours? That's 45 days, 46 days. If you don't sleep, like myself today after the flight, or don't eat, just focus on this. It's only 46 days, and you should cover, the basic program of the Russian language. Now, this is a screenshot from a presentation by Scott Thornbury, a big name in ESL. And a lot of students ask us, how many words do I need to learn? Well, he answers with the number 20,000 word families when it comes to a native speaker graduate of a university. As you can imagine, Oxford Dictionary that I quoted before has a lot more than that. But that's the number that he mentioned in one of the TESOL conferences that I'd like to share with you. However, I'm sure you heard something like this. What about grammar? How much time should I spend learning grammar, teacher? Does it relate to you or your context? I'd like to share a quote with you. No grammar in the world will enable us to communicate. I don't have a lot of grammar when it comes to Arabic, but when it comes to situations when I need to use it, I make mistakes, but I put the words together kind of in its own place, and it works. Mumtaz. Not Mumtaz, but it works. Sometimes better, sometimes not so good. So when it comes to importance of grammar and vocabulary, these two quotes will basically show you which one is more important. Again, something to think about and take home with you. Now, technology. It's part of your conference themes, AI. Here we go. Alexa, one of them. Amazon has come up with this device. I'm sure you have heard about this. There are many others today. Let's ask Alexa. Alexa, how long does it take to learn another language? And that's what she says. No official figures. Successful learners can do it in 2 years, less than half a year. And I like this. Some don't make it at all. What can I say? Thank you, Alexa. That's very encouraging to some people. But I went further. Who do we ask today? ChatGPT, of course. There we go. I asked ChatGPT something which should help us understand what factors influence successful language learning. ChatGPT doesn't ring a bell. That's the reality today. That's what ChatGPT tells us. It's about language similarity, your native language, how similar it is to the language you're learning, effectiveness. You can read it on the screen. I'm not going to just read from the slides, but look at the last one, prior language learning. Once you have learned something before, you can apply, in my case, the techniques to learning another language. In my case, it was about German. I started learning it at the age of 18, 19, and yeah, it was a lot easier because I knew how to do this effectively. Now, I'm not done yet with Alexa. You know, a lot of times we're thinking, all right, now we have AI, now we have all these robots like Alexa or Google Home, etc. So do students need us as teachers? And I'm glad now to talk to you, about us. And I ask Alexa that question. Do you need a good teacher to learn another language? Can you guess what Alexa's answer was? I'm not quite sure how to help you with that. See, at some point, technology is not always helpful. So what I'm trying to say, it does take people like you, like us, to stay in the classroom and make it happen. There are many other smart speakers today. This is just a screenshot from 2024. Look how many there are. And the question is, what about technology? What is the place of technology and the role of technology in learning another language? There's a website I would like to quote, learnenglishfast.com. What a name. And they came up with a list of successful apps that are used or should be used to learn another language. You probably heard of Duolingo, right? My friend's mom, she's 60 plus. She's now learning Spanish using Duolingo. She's excited about this. I have seen people using it, but in fact it's number 10 on their list. There are other more successful ones that they think are very useful, but this is what they say. You have to mix and match. There's no one answer to this. Even if you start using apps, not all of them would just save the situation or really help you out. So you have to be selective, okay? And not many free ones will be effective as well. Again, it's in their opinion. I quote the website learnenglishfast.com. And now I promise to take you to my classroom. Dr. Shamim was in my classroom 4 weeks ago, with her husband, Mr. Ali. They were visiting Muscat, Oman, and I invited them to visit Sultan Qaboos University. We had a brief visit, and they went to this building. That's G Block. That's where our foundation program courses take place. Believe it or not, these are my classrooms. And that's where I come from, geographically speaking, all right? And I want to show you what I did in one of the foundation programs with irregular verbs. Now, you may have had a better experience of learning English irregular verbs. They're also in German irregular verbs. That's another story. But I have no clue how that works. You know, maybe you can help me out after this, but I just had to learn it. Just learn it. Just learn it. Use my 2% of the body, and I think it took more than 20% of my energy. I came up with an idea. I want to share it with you. A balloon, and just write down the English verbs in the present tense, irregular ones, all right? And then put students in circles. Watch this. And they have to hit the balloon and say the verb in present. By the time it reaches the other student, they have to say it in the past. And then they hit it again. And hit it again. In fact, I was planning to do that during the conference, but think about this. I won't do it now. I'm too formally dressed, and it's a keynote address, but otherwise you would be doing this, believe it or not. Remember one of the quotes that I mentioned is make it relevant and make it fun. Now that is fun, guys. Half an hour. I just sit and enjoy the view. By the way, there are two colors because you can do past to present, present to past. Now, this is just one picture. Of course, with PhD students, probably not. But with the foundation students who need this relevant fun practice, I just encourage you to think of some fun activities that are perhaps not so conventional, but they could be effective and memorable for them. A final thought of my keynote address, it's not exactly mine, but I borrowed it from my favorite actor, who in May 2023 delivered a keynote address to Harvard graduates. His name is Tom Hanks. Very often, you think about your role as a teacher. Maybe you're thinking, why am I doing this? Or what is this profession for? How far does it go? You know, people like teachers, we're always thinking critically about ourselves, right? We're sometimes not sure, we're not confident, or maybe we are confident, but we are not. So I'd like to just quote that, well, he addressed students, graduates, but I'd like to borrow this quote and address you, future teachers or the current teachers. When you savor your victories and when you accept your losses, because both are the result of proud and noble efforts. And this is my favorite part, guys. If you don't, who will? Now, once I received a gift which looked like this. It's a candle that says, teachers, do you see that? Light the way, right? All right. Now, teachers, or future teachers, or current teachers, I like it. And I'd like to leave this thought with you, but I think there is something missing here. Punctuation. You know, we as teachers, we're always looking, something has to change, something has to improve, right? That's what I think is missing. And this. Now it's better. The universe has full of teachers that have distinct, unique features. They go to schools and colleges and teach a lot of words. They lighten their way and open up the worlds. I once saw a note on the window of my car. I think I know who did it, but that message goes really, really far. But please, don't give this note your very thorough grammar review, because like my students, I'm very happy to teach with you. Thank you very much. And thank you for this opportunity to deliver this keynote address. I'm very happy to teach with you. Have a wonderful conference and a great day. I will be around to answer questions, if any, now or later. And I'm very happy to join this ICOL conference. Have a successful one. Thank you for this opportunity. Have a good day.
Thank you very much, Dr. Gennady, for the Think Shop. Thank you for illuminating insights on language learning and its complexities. It was very interesting to engage the audience. We will have the question answer session at the end.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you all.
Dear audience, moving forward, we are honored to welcome Professor Dr. Muhammad Shaban Rafi as our next keynote speaker of ICOL 2025. Dr. Shaban, as Dr. Abdullah just said, that he is the mentor of our department. Dr. Muhammad Shaban, professor at English Department, Riphah International University, Lahore. He had been a postdoc researcher at the University of California, Santa Barbara, USA. From March to December 2023, he has also acquired postgraduate research experience from Cardiff University, UK, National University of Singapore, George Mason University, USA, Dr. Shaban has supervised 8 PhD theses and 65 MPhil theses. He has won several research awards and grants nationally and internationally. He has taught courses on language, discourse, and media, dissertation writing, research methods in applied linguistics. His teaching philosophy is to promote social cohesion that emphasizes the dynamic use of multiple languages to enhance and make learning goal more attainable. Over to you, Dr. Shaban.
Thank you, Dr. Sidra. I feel quite flattered with the introduction. Thank you so much. The conference chair, uh, Dean, Faculty of Social Sciences, HOD, Department of English Linguistics and Literature, conference delegates, faculty members, and my very dear students, Assalamu alaikum. And thank you so much for inviting me to this wonderful event I call 2025. Before I delve into my presentation, I just want to have your attention to this very important topic. I won't be able to cover the subtleties involved in this study, and this is why I shared article with most of you on the vanishing of humanities. This is an important topic, and it is relevant to all of us. I want to paint a bit of scary picture, and then I will show you the way forward. So bear with me. My talk is based on our ongoing project on digital humanities. And I feel honored to have our HOD from Gilbert Green's campus, Dr. Samina, because much of my conversation will relate to our undergrad students, but it doesn't mean my MPhil students have not much in this. So digital linguistic are interdisciplinary approach to promote social sciences and new career trajectory. It was not long time ago when Dr. Anis Ahmed and I were debating about the decline of social sciences in Pakistan, and he partially agreed the disciplines of social sciences are facing a decline for various reasons, which I will cover today in my talk. Let me quote here Jim Fallon's night show at NBC, which I watched not a long time ago, and it was not other than with Bill Gates. Bill Gates disclosed some horrifying secrets of AI disruption in our life. And let me quote those words exactly from Bill Gates. Our future will be dominated by machines. There will come a time when artificial intelligence is smart enough to teach school children. You might be thinking you are university children, so AI won't teach you. Yes, AI will teach you also if Dr. Shaban will like to replace or to be replaced. And knowledgeable enough to treat the sick, AI over the next decade will become free, common space, a great medical advice, and a great tutoring, among other things. So I was just thinking about, and I want to provoke your thinking. There are predominantly two questions which took my mind.
Yeah.
And I was just thinking about my discussion with Dr. Anis. I'm sure those who do not know, he's a vice chancellor of Riphah International University. And this talk show and my experience with Emerald and Springer as lead guest editor for special issue with them on artificial intelligence. Will the unprecedented advancement in AI allow us humans to work 8 hours a day for 5 days a week to provide for our families? This will be a question. Soon, we'll ask whether we would be able to pull food on the table because AI is taking over. What does the future hold for liberal arts, social sciences, and humanities program when AI can do much better job than us humans? So I couldn't stop my resistance. I'm a social media freak. So I took these questions on a social media and I asked this question to my followers. And my followers, I wrote on my Facebook page, the social sciences and humanities disciplines are in decline in Pakistan. Because I refer to Pakistan, safely speaking, due to outdated teaching methods and syllabi. And my followers are from so many other countries. I received 82 comments, 126 endorsements, likes, hearts, emojis, and there are 3 followers who shared my post. So that made me that I'm a very popular person on social media. I gathered these comments and thought to summarize their observations in the form of an article. And that article is with you now. And the article is Vanishing Humanities, a Crisis in Pakistan Education System. The comments that they have shared with me, I composed those comments to write the article. And I would love to read 3 paragraphs with you. I'm sure you have this article with you now. 3 paragraphs of this article, and the rest I will leave it to you. The substantial investments currently directed towards STEM fields. Those who do not know STEM, statistics, technology, engineering, and mathematics, among others, which have placed undergraduate disciplines in social sciences and humanities at Pakistan University under a significant strain. The trend of deprioritizing SSH, social sciences and humanities, programs challenges their long-term viability. Ladies and gentlemen, moreover, graduates from social sciences encounter considerable obstacles in securing suitable employment. A critical assessment of their curricula reveals a predominant focus on journal, theoretical knowledge, which do not sufficiently align with their skill sets and learning trajectories demanded by rapidly changing and highly competitive job market. Consequently, many graduates face unemployment and become trapped in roles that we do not align with our aspirations, what we want to be, thus leading to widespread dissatisfaction. When I don't have a job, I have a degree, my degree cannot change the world. I'm depressed, I'm disappointed, I'm frustrated. This discontent is also manifesting in dwindling, lowering admissions, enrollments in our universities for these programs. I'm sure those who are representing undergrad or postgraduate program, they would vouch for my observation. My last paragraph, I want to read through the article. The decline of social sciences and humanities in Pakistan is neither abrupt nor incidental. It is a cumulative result of decades of neglect, outdated pedagogies, and misplaced prioritization of STEM fields over disciplines that shape human understanding, ethics, and society. The crisis is deep, yet few recognize its broader implication beyond academia. Ladies and gentlemen, the time is to act now. So, the decline of social sciences in Pakistan is not a fate sealed in stone. With decisive action, strategic reforms, and a shift in societal attitudes, these disciplines can regain their rightful place in academia and beyond. More than just a question of academic survival, this is about the intellectual and ethical fabric of the nation. If SSH declines, the fabric of social discourses will be masked. Without the humanities, we risk nurturing a generation that is technically proficient but devoid of critical thinking, empathy, and historical awareness needed to navigate an increasingly complex world. The time to act is now, ladies and gentlemen. My colleague from, I don't know, it's stuck. Yeah. So we, co-investigator and I, of course, decided to conduct case study that focus on English linguistics and literature to provide a lens for other social sciences and humanities program. So this ongoing project is to revive, to restore the dynamics of BS or English programs with integration of digital humanities. The topic is right in front of you. We benchmark, now I start using word we because there is a co-author, co-investigator with me on this project. We benchmark, as Dr. Abdullah rightly said, UNESCO's Sustainable Development Goals. So we benchmark SDG 4, 5, and 8 to conceive the program goals and course learning outcomes. The structure of the program, the project incorporates elements of computer sciences, marketing, business studies to offer 3-month diploma in digital linguistics, including job placement and follow-up study. And soon we are going to experiment it on our undergrad and postgraduate students at Riphah International University. This is the roadmap of the program. Website development, which involves WordPress. It's not something hi-fi, something easy peasy. I have learned how to develop a website. Now I know. Search engine optimization, digital writing, AI assisted technical writing, digital marketing, cross-cultural, intercultural communication, entrepreneurship, career, and there is already like capstone project in most of the cases. So we proposed this program, and then we thought to ask CEOs, remote workers, and directors of various programs and organizations about the significance of this program with these courses. We designed a questionnaire with just 3 items important. The first one is quantitative, and the remaining 2 items are open-ended responses that we got from these CEOs. We received so many replies, and they were so much excited that we are doing this. We are taking this initiative in Riphah International University, and we want to revive social sciences and humanities. You could read their comments. I don't want to go into these comments. But I just want to stay with this comment and want to read for you. This came from HR of a very famous software house in Pakistan. Given Pakistan economic landscape, one aspect that we can include in this certification that would be ability to secure remote dollar-paying jobs. In this regard, a course can be included that will teach the students regarding various freelance launching platforms where they can earn in dollars, such as Fiverr, Upwork, People Hour, Flex Jobs. An individual working on these platforms can be hired to train the students on how to sell their services on these platforms, how to create a gig, attract customers using right words, which is search engine optimization. They would then be able to secure job outside of Pakistan market as well. Female would be able to work remotely from comfort of their home as well. One more short course can be added, creating LinkedIn profile, that is ATS complaint, among other things. So considering these suggestions, we have proposed this diploma program in digital humanities. So the program learning outcomes are primarily 2. Foster an interdisciplinary education approach that integrate language, technology, marketing insight, thereby expanding career pathways for BS English graduates and final year students. Broaden the scope of social sciences and humanities disciplines to promote equity, outcome-based education, and economic development. And these are the course learning outcomes. Since there are 4 courses, and we have focused one learning outcome from each one of them. Equip students with critical competence in website development, search engine optimization, AI-driven writing to succeed in tech-centric careers. Cultivate skills in cross-cultural communication to enable production of accessible, locally and globally relevant content. Encourage entrepreneurship and freelance capabilities, empowering learners to build sustainable, independent careers in linguistics, literature, digital industries. Provide practical hands-on experience with essential tools and platforms to pursue career. 2 soft skills, of course, includes enhancing learners' creative, critical thinking, self-confidence, and interpersonal skills through this training, integrating Islamic ethical value, which is a hallmark of Riphah International University, throughout the curriculum to prepare learners for professional workforce. So, ladies and gentlemen, the participants for these programs, the demographics of participants are undergraduate students, English linguistics and literature with a minimum of CGPA of 2.5. Selection will be based on language proficiency test available at Google link, along with the interview assessing their aptitude for interdisciplinary objective of the project. The top 50 candidate from public private university in Pakistan will be chosen for diploma in digital linguistics, with preference given to students from economically developing regions of Pakistan, such as Balochistan, Gilgit-Baltistan, Kashmir, and Upper Dir, Sindh, and South Punjab. These are the 3 phases this program we will run. In the phase 1, there will be pre-training survey to see what kind of skills learners hold. And then there is a post-survey to assess their reskilling, upskilling, and we will continue conducting the survey after their job placement and to know what ways these learning in a way influence them to seek a desirable job in the world. The outcome of this project will serve as a case. This is just one case for revitalizing social sciences education, demonstrating its capacity to evolve, contribute both academic and economic development. However, we want to make few recommendations, and these recommendations are: first, universities must modernize syllabus, incorporating contemporary issues such as digital humanities, environmental sustainability, and global governance to enhance relevance. This is my version, and I believe you may disagree. Many Pakistani universities are teaching a syllabus that become outdated well before their students graduate in a convocation. This is the time to think, ladies and gentlemen. The second, encouraging hybrid programs that blend social sciences with technology. Business, policy studies can attract more students. Third, universities should offer internship, fieldwork, and research projects that provide practical application of social sciences disciplines. Fourth, collaboration with private sector firms, NGOs, government institutions can create job pathway for humanity graduates. And finally, public awareness campaign can help highlight the value of social sciences in developing critical thinking, ethical leaders, and socially responsible citizen. I have few additional recommendations for faculty, for students, and for administration. The project urged faculty members to enhance graduates' knowledge and competence through the certification of innovative courses. They need to upskill and reskill, and then probably we can change your life. I'm responsible for decline of social sciences. If I'm not ready to improve myself, how I can deliver you most updated knowledge and content. So the first thing that is on the shoulder of faculty members. And as a learners and students, you should be cognizant to these changes. Additionally, university should evaluate their annual performance. I'm talking about the faculty. Annual performance metrics based on new knowledge and skills that faculty member acquire and impart to students. And finally, the performance of HODs, deans, vice chancellors should be closely tied with the job placement of graduates. Ladies and gentlemen, that's all from my side. Thank you so much for being such a nice audience. And finally, I want to appreciate the conference organizers, Head of English Department, Dr. Muhammad Abdullah, and conference organizers for throwing this very interesting, very useful platform for us to speak and to interact. God bless you.
Thank you, Dr. Shaban, for sharing your valuable perspectives on intersection of digital technologies and linguistics. Dear audience, now it is my distinct honor to introduce our chief guest, Professor Dr. Mohammad Safir Awan. Dr. Mohammad Safir Awan is a pro-rector academic at National University of Modern Languages, Islamabad. He oversees academic programs and initiatives while actively contributing to research in cultural studies, applied linguistics, and critical theory. As editor-in-chief of Polyglot, a journal of language, culture, and translation studies, he fosters academic discourse on diverse linguistics and cultural topics. Dr. Awan has also led initiatives such as Writing Resource Center at NAMAL and secured international partnerships, including a university partnership grants program funded by USCFP. He also has made significant contribution to literature through his translation of renowned Urdu works into English. Notably, he co-translated Mustanzar Hussain Tarar's acclaimed novel Bahau into English, titled Sorrows of Saraswati, aiming to introduce this masterpiece to global audience. Dr. Safir has been leading figure in the promotion of Pakistan literature and cultural studies. Today, he will enlighten us on political economy of culture, promoting Pakistani literary narratives through translation. Please welcome Dr. Safir. He is going to join us online. Question answers? Okay, dear audience, if you have any questions from our respected keynote speakers, please raise your hands. Yeah. We appreciate if you raise some questions.
If there's no question, not try to frame a question.
I am Muhammad Alamkir. I have a question from Dr. Saab. That, sir, as you said, that 1100 hours required for the first language you talk about, and then for Arabic language that is more than that. So either it is because of the difficulties of the words or more than that. What would be the special reason for that? There can be so many other reasons, but I would like to ask specific reasons behind that. Did you get my question, sir?
Yes, I did. Can you hear me? I was quoting CNN Travel, and that was related to native speakers of English who would like to learn another language, in that case, Russian or Arabic. There was no Urdu, by the way. I checked that website. I really wanted to make sure I mention it. And I cannot talk about learning Russian because that's my mother tongue. Although I try to teach it to native speakers of English. And I have to tell you that a lot of questions they asked, I had no idea how to answer. Like, my answer was because. Like, why is it like this? I was like, because? Why is it like this? But when it comes to the level of difficulty, we understand that Arabic, because of the complexity of when it comes to writing, for example, the script, and you're familiar with this language, it makes it a lot more challenging than my mother tongue, although it takes a person's skills, motivation, patience. This is just numbers that a travel website shared with the audience. When it comes to the reality, these are endless possibilities, but also endless challenges. The sky is the limit. I don't think it takes 1,100 hours to understand Pushkin or to read Yevgeny Onegin. You know, it's also the same about Arabic and literature and being able to communicate. The sky is the limit. And when it comes to the words, for example, you may have advanced knowledge of grammar of a particular language. But when it comes to vocabulary, it's endless. I'm learning every day. And I encourage everyone just to be patient and keep on learning. But thank you for your question.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Dr.
Thank you. We will continue the question answer at the end. And now the guest is with us. So dear audience, now once again, I want to introduce our chief guest, Professor Dr. Mohammad Safir Awan. Dr. Mohammad Safir Awan is the Pro-Rector Academics in National University of Modern Languages, Islamabad. He oversees academic programs and initiative while actively contributing to research in cultural studies, applied linguistics, and critical theory. As chief and editor of Polyglot, a journal of language, culture, and translation studies, he fosters academic discourse on diverse linguistics and cultural topics. Dr. Awan has also led initiatives such as the Writing Resource Center at NAMAL and secured international partnerships, including a university partnership grant, a program funded by USCFP. He also has made significant contribution to literature through his translation of renowned Urdu works into English. Notably, he co-translated Mustanzar Hussain Tarar's acclaimed novel Bahau into English, titled Sorrows of Saraswati, aiming to introduce this masterpiece to global audience. Dr. Safir has a leading figure in promotion of Pakistan literature and cultural studies. Today, he will enlighten us on political economy of culture, promoting Pakistani literary narratives through translation. Please welcome Dr. Safir. He is joining us online.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Am I audible there?
Yes, sir, you're audible.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, organizers of the conference, my dear colleagues, my dear students, Assalamu alaikum and good morning. I'm sorry, first of all, that I couldn't make it there to meet you all in person. Anyway, I have been asked to talk about the political economy of culture. It's very heartening that scholars from different countries, they have gathered for this conference, and they are talking about various issues pertaining to contemporary languages and literatures, translation studies, and various aspects of applied linguistics in particular. But as a researcher and as someone who has been working in this field for quite some time in Pakistan in particular, my recent concern, by recent I mean for the last 4 or 5 years, my concerns have changed from the language teaching and research in linguistics and literature, and usually the topics that are taken up by our scholars, such as the identity, politics, post-colonialism, feminism, various forms of alternative feminisms, and so on. Why I have changed my course of studies, my course of thinking, and I have diverted my scholarly attention to a different area, because I feel that in spite of all our noise that we create in the realms of academics, whether local or global, Pakistani narratives, Pakistani languages, they are not making any impact on the global scale. And for this, I have a whole case. When I say this, there are other countries who have more impact, who have more soft power, who have more soft diplomacy in the world, and due to that diplomacy, they are able to, create not only a soft image for themselves, but also they are earning a lot of money, billions of dollars they are earning because of the fact that they are able to promote their narratives and turn their local narratives into film, into cinematic narratives. And in this way, they have provided, a lot of employment opportunities to their people. It means that there is definitely a political economy which comes from the promotion of cultures, promotion of cultural narratives, cultural production. For example, when some novel is published somewhere and it becomes a kind of blockbuster, then that novel is taken up by the film producers of Hollywood or Bollywood, or Kollywood, or Korean film industry, or Iranian cinema, Japanese cinema, and so on. And in this way, it is turned into a huge source of earning for that whole nation. A classic case that has been happening for the last few years, for the last decade, in fact, is the promotion and the launching of the dissemination of marketing of Harry Potter series. And you know that this school teacher, J.K. Rowling, she has become the richest author in human history. And then all of her novels were adapted for visual narratives, and they also became a blockbuster. So can you imagine that this one school teacher has become so rich, and she is not the only one. I can quote other examples too, but she is one of the supreme examples. Therefore, I often quote her achievements, that she has intertextualized narratives from the East, and very cleverly, she has turned them into a kind of Western narratives by naming them and by their placement, by giving them different locations. And in this way, she has become a multi-billion dollar author. And she is contributing to her national economy by giving taxes to her government in millions of pounds. So have we, I mean, we as scholars who are, still talking about, for example, error analysis and so on, have we ever wondered what's happening in the world and how India, for example, has captured the whole cultural and entertainment market in the Middle East. Our people are being kicked out from the Middle East countries because we are not regarded as cultural enough. But if you look at if you look at the cultural diplomacy of India through its cinema, they have captured that market not only in the Middle East but also in other parts of the world, in the US, in the UK, because there are diasporic communities now everywhere, and they need those cultural narratives which are turned into various forms of cultural production, such as films and documentaries. So this is my first point, that we need to work on this area. And for this purpose, first of all, perhaps we should divert our attention. I mean, little bit of our attention, not complete attention, little bit of our attention to this side of our culture and our languages and our literatures, because we have a rich heritage, and we have a very rich heritage of local languages, and also local literatures, which can be, put on the global scale, on the global cultural map, if we get them translated. So from here comes my second point, that why I have started working I have started working in this field of translations, because I have realized that uh, this all this data which is available easily to everyone on the internet, when I look at the data of the various literary prizes like Nobel Prize or Booker International, Man Booker, Jerusalem Prize, and so on, I see that majority of those prizes are won by writers who write in languages other than English. Would you believe that in the 125 years 125 years of history of the Nobel Prize, यानी जब से ये मिलना शुरू हुआ है नोबेल प्राइज, 125 साल हो गए हैं इस साल, only 29 writers of English have been awarded this prize, those who originally written in English, and 76 writers have been awarded this prize who have been writing in other languages. For example, in French, the French got 16 Nobel Prizes, and then followed by Germany and Poland and China and India and Spanish and Portuguese and so many other languages. So 76 other languages, but not a single writer of Urdu has ever been awarded this prize. Why? Because we failed uh, to translate our writers into other languages. I mean, if today we are talking about, and constantly in English departments, we talk about, for example, Marquez, Gabriel Garcia Marquez, 100 Years of Solitude, and his most famous novel, Tanhai Ke Sau Saal, it has been recently translated. It turned into a film also, a TV series also. So this is huge business. This is something. I mean, our governments, they and our various stakeholders in the government, they give their full attention only to sending our people abroad for earning foreign exchange by working in the menial jobs. यानी हम ड्राइवरों की खेपें भेज रहे हैं, हम जो है वो प्लम्बर भेज रहे हैं, हम और इतना, यानी अभी भी मेरे सामने, चूंकि मैं मिनिस्ट्री में मैंने रिसेंटली एक मीटिंग अटेंड की है, देयरफॉर आई कैन से कि 8 लाख जॉब्स हैं, मेनियल जॉब्स, ड्राइवर्स की, सिक्योरिटी गार्ड्स की, कुक्स की, और ये हम इनको इन दूसरे ममालिक में भेज रहे हैं। तो क्या ये हमारा कल्चरल कैपिटल है? सोचने की बात है। और we who are sitting in the universities and who are scholars and who are researchers, and many of us are writers and translators also maybe, isn't it our responsibility to think about this problem, this national problem, this our lack of presence on the global cultural map, I think it's our responsibility. और इसमें दूसरी बड़ी responsibility जो है वो that is of this what I call the literary establishment. यानी हम समझते हैं कि सिर्फ एक तरह की establishment है पाकिस्तान में जिसको हम military establishment कहते हैं, जहाँ पे religious establishment भी है, और आज मैं आपको बताऊं कि यहाँ पे एक literary establishment भी है, और वो पाकिस्तान के कराची और लाहौर और इस्लामाबाद में बैठे हैं, and they don't care about this aspect of Pakistani literature and Pakistani writings in regional languages also, in our mainstream, I mean Urdu language also. There is rich cultural heritage, cultural narratives मौजूद हैं. The only need is to work on them. मैंने बाकी themes के ऊपर conferences में बात करना छोड़ दी है. I mean, few people are there, and there are so many other scholars who are still doing good work in that. So I feel that I don't have to waste my time there, and there must be someone who should draw the attention of the government, of the all stakeholders, and particularly the literary establishment, जो जहाँ पे सिर्फ चंद एक literary festivals करवा के, और इस्लामाबाद लिटरेचर फेस्टिवल है, और लाहौर है, और कराची है, और ये करवा के, और they turn these festivals into business ventures, and they earn money, and then they sit back home and enjoy. So this is our responsibility. तो मैं ज़्यादा इस पर लंबी बात कर नहीं सकता. किसी और कॉन्टेक्स्ट में कभी इंशाल्लाह मैं बात करूंगा, लेकिन आप जो दोस्त जहाँ मौजूद हैं उनसे मेरी दो चीज़ों पर अपील है. एक ये कि हम जहाँ जहाँ पे भी हैं, हमारे स्टूडेंट्स हमारे अंडर बहुत ज़्यादा, दे आर अंडर आर इन्फ्लुएंस. मैंने बहुत सारे स्टूडेंट्स को इंस्पायर किया है, वो काम भी कर रहे हैं. हमारे लिटरेचर को जो है वो ट्रांसलेट कर रहे हैं. अभी रिसेंटली जो शुमारा आया है पाकिस्तान एकेडमी ऑफ राइटर्स का, पाकिस्तानी लिटरेचर, उसमें लैंग्वेजेस की ट्रांसलेशंस छपती हैं. सो सम ऑफ आवर स्टूडेंट्स हैव कंट्रीब्यूटेड दिस टाइम. सो this is my first point that I want to share with you, that we should inspire people, and if we can work in this area ourselves, we must do that. और दूसरी जो चीज़ है वो एडवोकेसी है, कि आप मीडिया के जरिए से कॉलम्स लिख के, मीडिया अपनी वीलॉग्स क्रिएट करके सोशल मीडिया के ऊपर इस कॉन्शियसनेस को क्रिएट करें that we need to promote our, first of all, languages and their literatures through translations in global languages. Can you imagine कि अभी जो अब तो ये होना शुरू हो गया है कि ट्रांसलेशंस को भी अवार्ड मिलना शुरू हो गए हैं. 2023 बुकर प्राइज आप सर्च कर लें, गीतांजलि श्री का नॉवेल है, that has been translated from an Indian language into English by Daisy Rockwell, Canadian translator hai, and that novel has been awarded the Booker Prize of this year. So, and there is another Indian novel which is also awarded for another prize. I have all the data. So the point is this, that we need to work in this area, but first of all, I think we must have this realization that just talking about culture, बर्नार्ड शॉ याद आ जाता है कि जी वो कहता था कि whenever I hear the word culture in some room, I want to reach for my pistol, कि मैं उसको गोली मारना चाहता हूँ. यानी कल्चर को हमने सिर्फ कल्चर खेल के और बात करके हमने जो है वो इसको एक सिर्फ एकेडमिक मैटर बना लिया है. इसलिए गवर्नमेंट्स हमारी तरफ तवज्जो नहीं देती. फिल्म इंडस्ट्री का बुरा हाल है. पहले इंडिया छाया रहा, फिर जो है वो अब आजकल तुर्किया का सारा कल्चर जो है वो हमारे यहाँ छाया हुआ है, ड्रामा में भी, फिल्म में भी. सो वेयर आर वी, वेयर आर आवर राइटर्स, वेयर आर आवर स्क्रिप्ट राइटर्स? पहले पाकिस्तानी टीवी दुनिया भर में मशहूर था, अब जो है क्यों नहीं है? बिकॉज वी डोंट हैव गुड स्क्रिप्ट राइटर्स जो पढ़े लिखे हों, वाकई जिनकी क्वालिफिकेशन हो. तो पढ़े लिखे लोग तो दे आर ओनली टॉकिंग अबाउट कल्चर, दे आर नॉट एक्चुअली डूइंग कल्चर. So ये that is my whole point. And I thought that since we have gathered here for this very important conference, so I may try to raise this consciousness among those who are present today and those who are listening. We need to uh, promote and carry forward this debate further. And I'm sure that wherever you will take this message and share it with others. Thank you so much for listening to me.
Thank you, Professor Dr. Safir, for your thought-provoking discussion on significance of translation in promoting indigenous narratives. As we approach the conclusion of our inaugural session, it is great privilege to introduce Professor Dr. Anis Ahmed, Vice Chancellor of Riphah International University and the conference chair. Dr. Anis Ahmed is a social scientist specializing in Islamic thought and jurisprudence. He is the founding Vice Chancellor of Riphah International University, Islamabad, and was appointed Chairman of Rahmatul Alameen Authority in 2022, appointed by the Prime Minister of Pakistan. He received Sitara Imtiaz in 2023 and Qaid-e-Azam Gold Medal in 2018, and is a Fellow of University Science Malaysia. He has held numerous leadership positions both nationally and internationally. He has published more than 100 research papers on socio-political and educational issues. He has contributed articles in the Oxford Encyclopedia of Islamic World, New York, and London, Encyclopedia of Islamic Economics, London, UK, and Encyclopedia of Islam, Turkey. His later books include Al-Baraka, the Thematic Study 2024, Qaid-e-Azam Ka Tasawwur-e Pakistan 2024, Janaz Islamic Vision of Pakistan 2021, Al-Fatiha, the Thematic Study 2021, Issue in Islamic Society and State 2019 UK, Gender, Law and Society in Islam, Islamabad 2019. Professor Dr. Anis will discuss about Islamic perspective in English literature. Dear listeners, we present before you the message of Professor Dr. Anis Ahmed.
Hello.
Guests from Pakistan and overseas, and I'm glad to see that at least from over 14 friendly countries we have participation. We have people participating from Morocco, from Nigeria, from Russia, from Saudi Arabia, Indonesia, Iraq, Jordan, Malaysia, and Singapore and other parts. And at the same time, we have participation from universities all over the country. The topic you have selected that relates with linguistics invites people to think what is the role of language and linguistics in development of culture. I believe linguistics, although English is not in England, not in America, but in Calcutta. Go and read history and you will find that first attempt to define what is linguistics and what its role was done in Calcutta.
A bit easier.
how you analyze
and for gracing this event. Now, okay, I'm audible to everyone? Okay, good. Now I request Dr. Shamim, Associate Professor, Dell, Riphah International University, to come on stage and deliver the shield to our keynote speaker, Dr. Gennady. Please come on stage. Dr. Abdullah, HOD English Department, you also come on stage, please. Dr. Samina, HOD Gulberg Greens, please come on stage. Clapping, audience. Deliver the shield to our next keynote speaker, Professor Dr. Shaban. Dr. Shaban, please come on stage. Thank you very much, everyone. Thank you so much.
Break for
Yeah,
20 minutes.
With this, we conclude the inaugural session of iCall 2025. I would like to extend my heartfelt gratitude to all of our distinguished speakers and guests for making this session a success. We now invite all participants to join us for tea, and we will resume for next session as per schedule. You have a 20-minute tea break, so enjoy your tea. Thank you very much, everyone.
Dear students, as you know that we are already a bit late, so please don't stay outside for more than 20 minutes. Thank you very much.
Of organizing a discussion featuring two of my esteemed teachers and supervisors, one from Pakistan, Namal, Professor Dr. Arshad Mahmood, and second from University Malaya, Malaysia, Dr. Ali Jalalian Dagher. It's truly a moment of pride and gratitude for me to be in the role today, learning from them once again in this esteemed gathering. Let us begin with our session chair and keynote speaker, Professor Dr. Arshad Mahmood, Dean of the Faculty of Arts and Humanities at National University of Modern Languages, Islamabad. He holds a PhD in English linguistics from NAMAL with a research focus on phonemic transcription and pronunciation among Pakistani learners of English. With over 2 decades of academic experience, he has served in key administrative roles, including Head of English Department, Dean of the Faculty of Languages, and the Director of Translation and Interpretation. His research interests lie in phonetics and phonology, and he has published extensively on English loan-word adaptation and acoustic properties of Pakistani English. His talk, Language Policy, Language Identity, and Linguistic Landscapes in 2 Pakistani Cities, an exploratory study, will provide a valuable insights into the dynamic relationship between language and identity in urban space. Let's invite Professor Dr. Arshad Mahmood.
Thank you, Dr. Sidra. I hope I am audible. Give me some time. Right, language policy, language identity, and linguistic landscape. Out of these 3 key terms, you will see that the last one is a relatively new one, which started about 3 decades back. The rest 2, language policy and identity, they've been old notions. And in countries like Pakistan, the idea of language policy and language planning, LPP or LP, emerged after many countries in Africa and Europe achieved independence. And the main question was, what should be the language of the nation? Some African nations, they retained one of the local languages. Some of them looked around to find some language of some past regional power, and yet there were some countries which went for internationalization, choosing English as their national language. Pakistan, India, their case is also complex, we'll discuss. Language identity, what language you identify yourself with is a long debated issue. What is the first language? What is mother tongue? First language, is it the language that you learn first, or it is something that your mother gives you? I'm not going to discuss all these ideas, but my focus is going to be language policy and linguistic landscape. This is a joint venture, this research was conducted with the help of a colleague of mine. Before I delve into the idea that is here in front of you, I would like to give you something very interesting by a person, Bin Yehuda, if you've ever heard this name. He was an Israeli researcher, rather, I would say the father of modern Hebrew. He said, for everything there is needed only one wise, clever, and active man with initiative to devote all his energies to it, and the matter will progress. All obstacles in the way notwithstanding, in every new event, every step, even the smallest in the path of progress, it is necessary that there be one pioneer who will lead the way without leaving any possibility of turning back. Some history. Hebrew was almost dead language, which was not found in the written text. It was only spoken. And when a language ceases to be written, it is doomed. This man, he revived Hebrew with through tier strategy. Number one, Hebrew in home, Hebrew at school, and words. His claim was that if a language can be spoken by a child in your family, he can make use of that language using all its aspects, grammar, pronunciation, and the language is able to fulfill all its linguistic desires. This simply means that language can be spoken by the whole generation. And this he experimented on his child. His wife was a Russian lady, Deborah, and he asked her to promise. He said, promise with me that you will not speak any language with our child except for Hebrew. No, the child was 4 or 5 years old, was unable to speak anything, even a single word. One day he came home, his father, Ben Yehuda, he saw his wife was singing a lullaby to the son in Russian language. He shouted at his wife. He said, you've broken the promise. And when he went very angry, the child could not bear that all. He responded by shouting. And this was not a moment of worry. It was utmost pleasure for the person because the child, while responding, was using Hebrew. So that was first day when he realized that he could speak. So he worked hard with his son, drawing words from the Bible. Any new word that was there for which he did not find an equivalent, he would go to the roots, find something from the Hebrew. Finally, the son was able to speak the language. And this language was taken to schools then. He was a teacher then. And he convinced all his colleagues to use it. It was successful too. Then he published a newspaper. Each day he would print some Hebrew words on that, and they would not repeat. In this way, he changed the fate of the language, and the language became one of the vital components of Hebrew society. And he was able to give the world a 17-volume encyclopedia of Hebrew. In the same spirit, I think that we need to cater for the needs of our regional languages. Pakistan is a rich country linguistically. There are about seven languages, according to Ethnologue. But what is happening here, there is linguistic invasion. Like there is global linguistic invasion where English is eating up small languages. There is a local linguistic invasion where Urdu is eating up our regional languages. We need to revive them. We need to look after them because they deserve to live according to the spirit of eco-linguistics. Right, so let's see what is here. Okay, before you look at there, I would like to read out the definition of language planning and policy. Language planning is a government-authorized, long-term, sustained, and conscious effort to alter a language's function in a society for the purpose of solving communication problems. This is a human intervention into natural processes of language change, diffusion, and erosion. And this is future-oriented invention in language, which aims to influence language and language use. The term was introduced by Uriel Weinreich, language planning. It was popularized by linguist Einar Hogan, who defined it as follows: the activity of preparing a normative orthography, grammar, and dictionary for the guidance of writers and speakers in a non-homogeneous speech community. Right. the language policy of a country is socially, politically, and linguistically triggered, situated, because in a society, there are different tiers. Politics is one of them. Then there is the idea of language. What language? Pakistani being a complex country in this way, it was one of the biggest challenges when we gained independence. And in the first conference, which was chaired by Qaid Muhammad Ali Jinnah, the founder of Pakistan, he declared Urdu would be the national language. Although there were two main dominating languages, number one Bengali, there was Punjabi. Now today people might say that it was not the right idea to choose English, because choose Urdu as national language, because the history. There were Bengali language movements, and then they resulted in the established Bangladesh. But if you look at the decision of choosing Urdu as a national language, as a politician, as a student, as a linguist, you will see that he was right, because if you had chosen Bengali or Punjabi as a national language, they would have eaten up other languages. Since Urdu did not have any regional biases, there it was spoken only by 3% people, so people did not feel threatened. Most of them, they accepted that. As far as the case of Bangladesh is concerned, that is something else. That is because of other reasons too, politics being one of them, our geography, everything. The language policy and planning cannot be detached from the government's larger political, linguistic, and socio-economic agendas. Language policy, linguistic landscape, and language identity are closely linked. Language policy, a galactic challenge in the multilingual and multicultural countries. The dominance of language can be observed in top-down and bottom-up signs in linguistic structuration in public spaces. Colonial language returned with a renewed force due to economic development, modernization, technological fields, globalization. These are the needs that make English compulsory, mandatory for instrumental reasons, because we all need good jobs. India, Malaysia, Singapore, Hong Kong, Turkey, Iran are a few examples where English is preferred. Looking at India, for example, that's a very unique case. In India, there is a 3+1 formula. There is mother tongue, then the state language, then national language plus English. In Pakistan, Urdu was declared during the time of Ziaul Haq the future national language that would replace English in 1989, and the child in 1979 who was in class 1 would take grade 10 examination in Urdu after 10 years, but never happened because of English medium and system and elite interests. Singapore, linguistically rich country. Iran is one of those countries where English was not popular for quite some time, and it was, according to Kachru's framework, it was among those countries which fall within the expanding circle, neither in inner circle nor outer, but expanding. But now they are entering perhaps the outer circle. The real language policy of a community is more likely to be found in its practices than its management. Muqtadra Qawmi Zuban, National Language Authority, it worked for quite some time to grow Urdu so that it becomes popular, but it never happened. And it is because institutions dictate something that is top-down approach, but people may not accept that. People may go for something else. And like this research, when we conducted this, we came to know that priority of the people was mainly, it was English language rather than Urdu, and what to speak of any regional language. Language policy of a community or state, whether de jure or de facto, can be observed on public places. a relevant arena. Top-down signs represent the official language policy, while bottom-up signs reflect language practices by that community. For example, if you look at any government organization, you will see Urdu coming first on the top and then English. But if you go to some shopping mall, you will see English on the top, Urdu, or maybe it's only English. The device language policy of government is reflected in LL, that is linguistic landscape. Text and LL is an exhibit of enactment of the policy. Now, colonial education policy, what was the reason? What's the spirit behind that? Purpose was to set the colonial government in a subordinate position, be the buffer between the rulers and the masses, acquire the values and worldview of the English society. And today, even today, we see that our models come from there. That is because of that. And what Macaulay said, the purpose of the education, their education was to produce a class of people who were black in skin and white in thought. And interestingly, you may not find this thing perhaps in many texts, but they used to use the term nariyal, coconut, for the people of this region. Can you guess why? Yes, brown, black from outside, and from the inside it was white. Allegiance to the colonial government produced consenting subjects to serve the interests of the colonial government, mold the minds of the subjects by negating their native values. And you can see this, I think, Dr. Sidra, I won't be able to complete within the given time because so many things which I like to insert in between. Anyway, but the purpose is to get my message across. This is a very important point. Mold the minds of the subjects by negating their native values. I'm going to give you 3 to 4 words here that will explain the whole thing. The word khansama. You ask anybody what it means, they will tell you that simply means aap keh rahe hain na, cook. Yeah. You know, if you want to downplay some nation, simply downplay its culture, its language, its values. When the Mughals ruled this part of the world, they had many offices, Khan-e-Sama. Khan-e-Sama was sort of treasure officer and Subedar. And look at the word Jamadar. Today, what is Jamadar? Sweeper in Pakistan. And one more example, negating your values. Go to any good hotel, you will see, not all of them, most of them, a small boy, what we call in English page, standing to open the gate for you. And what is even more insulting, look at his attire, what he's wearing. A beautiful turban, that was a pride of every village in this region, and sort of achkan and pajama. They have been so badly misrepresented that today we think that is the language of this class. So this is what it means, and this is what we've done happily without knowing these things. वो जो इकबाल कहते हैं ना कि हुकूमत का तो क्या रोना कि वो एक आर्जी शय थी, नहीं दुनिया के आईने मुसल्लम से कोई चारा, मगर वो इल्म के मोती, किताबें अपने आबा की, जो देखे उनको यूरोप में तो दिल होता है सिपारा. Look at the word avarice. You know who he was? Ibn Rushd. Algorithm, Al-Khwarizmi. So this is a problem. We don't know who we were. Adopting European values as superior. This colonial policy was controlled politically and bureaucratically. English is the most widespread language of the world, no clue to seize and no competitor. English increasingly dominates academic and scientific publishing, discourse, and even instruction. That is true. Knowledge of English is compulsory in many academic disciplines. Students are expected to read much of the technical literature in English in their fields. Okay, second bullet. In Malaysia, English is accepted as a contemporary global language. In Hong Kong, if you're not an English conversant, you'll be rated in the lower end strata of the society. English language became an undeniable necessity rather than a school subject only. It found its way right to the heart of Iranian society. The policymakers in Ethiopia promoted English language and asserted to make it a language of instruction in schools. Okay, English as a global language has been expanding as the multinational and multifaceted tool, a vehicle for economic development, increased employability and productivity, technological advancement, fulfilling personal needs. Countries in Africa, Nigeria, Cameroon, Congo, Eritrea, Ethiopia, Kenya, Malawi, Rwanda, Uganda, and Zambia have adopted English as a main foreign language or official language and even medium of instruction for students of minority linguistic background. By the way, long ago I came across a study. I wish I could keep it with me. The research was, the proposition was that there are 10 top developed countries in the world, their characteristics, and 10 least developed countries, their characteristics. And one of the interesting features was all the developed countries, they relied for all purposes on their mother tongue. And the common feature of those 10 least developed countries was that all of them relied on English for any reason, for education, for business, for communication. The findings of many studies showed that dominance of English on signboards in many African cities and the colonial history of the continent was reflected through the signboards. This is linguistic landscape. More than 50% signs were only English, and the English language was given priority to Filipino on LLS of 2 major train stations in Metro Manila, Philippines. The dominance of English was found at public places in Korea, and people gave weightage to English because of modernity, luxury, and youth. English was the most frequently found language on shop fronts in commercial hubs in regional capital Ethiopia. Visible changes were observed in the LLs after the regime change in South Africa. Noticeable changes were observed in the LLS of commercial hubs in Baku, Azerbaijan after USSR regime. The Russian language practically disappeared from the shop fronts arena. Maybe our worthy scholar from Russia, he might have observed that. The LLS of 3 locations, Belarus, Czech Republic, Slovakia, were scientifically investigated during and after the Soviet regime. Comparative analysis showed visible changes in the LLS in the post-Soviet locations. These studies evidence that the regime change affects LLS of an area and consequently of the language policy. And I would like to add something here. Zia Pasha and Namik Kamal eliminated Perso-Arabic words from the most part from the 1860s onwards to emphasize the Turkish identity rather than Ottoman identity. Mustafa Kamal, I believe you know, his change of Turkish script from Arabic to Roman for modern and European identity. Modern Urdu was created by Muslim poets between 1702 and 1755 by purging words of Hindi origin in their language and replacing these with words of Arabic and Persian origin. Modern Hindi was created after 1800s by purging words of Arabic and Persian origin. Such moves may not serve communicative purposes, but they do reinforce, emphasize certain identity. And as I said, language identity is not a 21st century phenomenon. During the time of French Revolution, there was a man, Bertrand Barrère, or Barrère, because in French the ra changes to ra sound. In a public speech, he said, Britain is a language of federalism and superstition. German is the language of those who hate France and have abandoned it. Italian is the language of those who oppose the revolution. Basque is the language of fanaticism. We must destroy these harmful instruments which lead the people into error. Okay, Pakistan post-independence, the current English education policy suffers from solid theoretical foundations, sound empirical research work, the public need for English medium education on the one hand, and the poor standards of the government schools on the other hand, has led to a proliferation of private English medium schools. Private schools cater to the educational needs of the middle and lower middle class children, advertise themselves as English medium. However, the findings of many scholars suggest that neither are teachers qualified to teach English language well, nor is school environment conducive, nor social environment favorable to expose children to the English language. Alienation from the English language results in poor English language proficiency, lack of subject knowledge, use of rote learning. These are some findings. I'm not promoting the use of English in society, but I'm telling you talking about some studies here. The teaching of English language cannot be viewed in isolation from some major critical issues in the context of Pakistan. English language teaching plays a major divisive role between the poor and the rich, between the urban and rural population, between the haves and the have-nots. And that's why it is maintained. During the Ayub era, these cadet colleges, they were open. And what was the apparent purpose? The children graduating from these schools would be able to take control of the country in a better way. But if you look at now, we think that there are two competing generations in the country. One coming from the English medium, you've got, when we talk about English medium, you've got the Root school system, and then the Roots, Beacon House City School, Khaldunia, Head Start, and the other, all of them, whether it is madrasa school or government schools, and we can see clear division. And what Dr. Anis was saying, it is affecting culture always. Siddha, how much time do I have?
Sir, it's about to finish.
Okay, moving on. Okay, current research. This phenomenon of linguistic landscape was investigated through photos of 4 commercial locations and the shop owners' interviews, 3 commercial hubs in the Islamabad city and 1 business street in a neighboring town. It helped to make a comparison of language dominance and language policy between 2 locations. To further confirm the motives of sign creators and the customers' attitudes, business holders from 4 locations were interviewed through open-ended structured questions. 100 photos were collected from 3 commercial hubs, Blue Area, supermarket, Centaurus Mall, and 1 shopping street in the neighboring town, Fateh Jang. The data in the form of photos showed 60% only English text, while 5% only Urdu text. However, in top-down bilingual signs, Urdu was written first and then English. 12 shop owners, 3 from each location, were interviewed to get insight about motives behind the selection of language on the signboards. The sign creators viewed English as a language of fashion and modernity. It also attracts educated and well-heeled customers. Only English scripts were observed in the city locations, while English words and names were transliterated in the neighboring town. And this results into something very funny. In Saudi Arabia, I went to perform Hajj, and there's in Makkah Tower, there's a food court, and it was written on one of the signboards, Burger King. I thought I had seen this word somewhere. Then I reflected, being a language learner, I came to realize it was Burger King and Samsung and Manju. Manju was perhaps one of the most difficult to detect for me, that is mango. English language dominates LL in Pakistan cities, commercial areas, and this is because of colonial past, customers' attitude, language vitality, fashion, and status. बेशक तालियां बजाते रहें, मैं नहीं छोड़ूंगा रोस्टम. Last thing, last couple of minutes, Sidra. Language policy, in fact, there are ideologies behind that. Number one is linguistic assimilation. Like there are some nations that believe that whoever comes to our country must learn our language. For example, the US, and that's why we call it a melting pot. Whenever you go there, no matter what culture you take along, what language, what values, you start feeling as if you're melting there. You're becoming a part of that society. The other is linguistic pluralism. There are some countries like Switzerland which encourage the use of different languages. No matter what official language is, but you can use your language. And the third ideology behind LPP is vernacularization. You develop one of the regional languages to take the status of some states, national language, official language. For example, in Algeria, one of the northern African countries, they revived Arabic as their language of, let's say, national language, language literature, instead of French. And the last is internationalization. Some nations feel, okay, we've got about 100 languages here. Picking one of them would result in conflicts and riots. What to do then? Then they go for importing some language. And in many cases, English has been the lucky contestant. Okay, that's it. Thank you. Any question if you like to ask?
So we have the question answer session at the end.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Prof. Dr. Arshad Mahmood, for your thought-provoking presentation. Next, we have Professor Dr. Ghulam Ali Bariro from the University of Sindh, Jamshoro, Pakistan. Dr. Ghulam Ali Bariro is a multifaceted personality with a strong academic background. As a professor at the Institute of English Language and Literature, University of Sindh, Jamshoro, he brings a wealth of knowledge and experience to his students. His diverse role, including international speaker, mindset mentor, life coach, motivational presenter, youth influencer, showcase his passion for inspiring and guiding others. Dr. Ghulam Ali's expertise extends beyond academic, and his influence has a potential to positively impact many lives. Now, I would request respected keynote speaker to present his presentation, but it is also requested to you, sir, that you have 15 minutes for the presentation. Thank you.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh to everyone connected to me virtually. Last time, I remember in the last conference, I had taken exact 15 minutes, and I would be repeating.
Thank you so much, sir. We appreciate.
Because being teachers of communication, we understand the value of time. Time is life, life is who we are. And Allah has sworn upon on time, walasr al insana. So before wasting any more time, I would like first to extend my warmest congratulations to Professor Dr. Anis, the learned Vice Chancellor of the University, and the entire organizing committee, and my dear friend and colleague, Muhammad Abdullah Bag, upon pulling off for the third consecutive time such an impressive conference. I had the honor of attending the first one physically vis-a-vis, face-to-face on-site conference at your prestigious campus. And then last year we had virtual one, and this time too we had virtual one. So I'll go ahead. I understand that after the post-pandemic era, the lines between countries and cultures and continents have blurred. And because of these blurred lines and mixed up lines, we need to understand one another's culture more than we had ever needed in the history of the world. So that's why I'm saying that we, from mind to mouth, and how we can develop certain strategies where we can survive in a multicultural world, in an intercultural world. So I'll be talking about certain things that why and how this multicultural communication has come to assume a vital significance and importance in the academic world and outside the academic world in a cultural milieu. And this is what I'll be touching upon today. And I have noted down, I started off at 12:23, and hopefully, inshallah, I'll see how much I can say in the allotted 15 minutes. May I please go for the next slide? Well, this we can skip because this also shows different cultures, people from different cultures from the world. We can spare time, we can move ahead. You have already taken a look. Can we go to the next? Oh, thank you. This is what I already said, that COVID-19 has turned the world literally virtual, rendering it into a melting pot of people, places, time zones, learning styles, cultures, continents, cuisines, communities, and ethnicities. So it has blurred the line between reality and virtuality, leading us toward a shared, inevitable, and ever greater global need to interact, adjust, and accommodate one another to be able to survive and thrive in the given digital version of life, which has now become inevitable. It's no longer a matter of choice. It is something that has taken on a shape of a necessity. Thank you so much. Can we go ahead? Yeah. I would sharing my presentation rationale. Martin Luther King Jr. once said, "We must learn to live together as brothers or perish together as fools." Given the pressing global problems facing humankind in the 21st century, this statement has never been more relevant. So, what is necessary for people, for all of us from different backgrounds and different countries, is to learn to live together. This is no longer an option, I would repeat. Next, please. Now, these are the things that actually are included in culture. There could be many. I don't claim that this is the limited version. There could be many more of them, but some of them happen to be these: the way we think and the languages we use, the ethnicity we belong to, religions that we practice, and the perspective we have, the experience that we go through, and the nationalities that we claim, and the job levels and race and culture and skills and gender and physical orientation and sexual belongings and all that. So this is what comes into what we call culture. Next, please. Now, cross-cultural communication, that is CCCC, definition is: cross-cultural communication competence is the ability to function effectively across cultures, to think and act appropriately, and to communicate and work with people from different cultural backgrounds at home or abroad. Next, please. Cross-cultural communication competence is a range of cognitive, affective, and behavioral skills that lead to effective and appropriate communication with people of other cultures. Next, please. It's the ability to relate and communicate effectively when individuals involved in the interaction do not share the same culture or the same ethnicity or the same language or other such shared experiences. Next, please. Next, please. Yeah. And inter alia, cross-cultural communication competence is an outcome of a final report of a research project conducted by Federation of the Experiment International Living with funding support from the Central and Social Development of Washington University, Louis, USA, St. Louis, prepared by Dr. Alvino Fantani, Research Project Director and Educational Consultant, Federation. EIL member countries include Argentina, Australia, Brazil, Canada, Chile, Ecuador, France, Germany, Ghana, Great Britain, India, Ireland, Italy, Japan, Mexico, Morocco, New Zealand, and Nepal. Now, this project was shared by all these countries, and it actually has prepared results and findings and recommendations as how can we live internationally honoring, respecting one another's culture, understanding one another's cultures, accepting one another's cultures, adjusting ourselves all these different diverse cultures, and still be able to celebrate one another, celebrate one another's culture, and at the same time also to be able to live in peace and harmony through understanding of intercultural competence. Next, please. Now, cross-cultural communication competence features attributes like empathy, open-mindedness, tolerance of ambiguity, where we are a little confused and we don't understand the culture of other people, we need to be tolerant, and positivity of approach, and acceptance of people, places, sights, and sounds. Instead of alienation, instead of pushing one another away, we need to celebrate the commonalities of our cultures, and we need to celebrate and respect and honor that all cultures out in the world are important. A Sindhi should not be laughing at a Punjabi culture. Similarly, a Punjabi should also not be laughing at the culture of the people of Balochistan. This integration, this communication integration, this cultural integration is something which is needed inside and outside Pakistan. While we are dealing with people from all other provinces, or we are dealing with the people from all different parts of the world. So we need to accept, and we need to willingness to absorb those cultures, and willingness to learn, willingness to try new ethnic. We need to be curious about the culture of the people. Culture of people who are either studying with us, living with us in the neighborhood, or working with us at our workplace, in our offices, or we meet at the public places and public spaces. At all such times, at all such occasions, what we really need to do is to be willing to learn. We need to be curious, culturally curious, and we need to be willing to interact with those people and love their cultures. We be prepared not to demand our own standards all the time. Now that over-clinging with our own culture would also not usher something good. We must love our culture. Let there be there all the time, but does not mean at the cost of disrespecting other cultures. And then we should accept differences and stop being judgmental. We need to suspend judgment because we somehow tend to be over judgmental all the time. And we become intolerant of the other people, their feature, their language, their culture, their ethnic differences, their ethnic peculiarities. And we should not be expecting too much of ourselves too soon. And we should not actually be taking our own culture as a yardstick for another. Other cultures are not inferior. They're just different. And we'll have to accept they're just different. And we need to know what actually makes it so beautiful. All cultures are actually beautiful. Next, please. A cross-cultural competent person, once we become cross-culturally competent, interculturally competent, then what do we not do? We do not insist on changing things. We do not become missionaries. We do not become like a native to a certain degree. We do not carry our cultural beliefs abroad. We may practice them, but we do not impose them. That's the point. And we do not harbor no expectations. We need to possess some motivation. Motivation is the key. We need to work hard. We need to assimilate with that culture. If somebody who lives with us, works with us, studies with us, loves our culture, he or she also can adopt some of the cultural affiliations that I have. And similarly, I should also be willing and open and tolerant enough to assimilate the cultural beauties of other cultures. Next, please. And the culturally competent person remains eager for new perspectives. He or she is always able to observe differences, understanding, sense of realism. He or she believes in self-development, independence, and confidence. He or she embraces adaptability, that rapid adjustment. And he or she masters communication, language skills, and remains non-judgmental, and practices patience, and possesses and projects a sense of humor, and always ready to give appreciation, and stays self-aware, develops the ability to like people and get on with them, and loves curiosity. Next, please. Dorla Theodorf in 2006 Cross-Cultural Intercultural Communication Competence Model says it is based on 5 elements: attitudes, knowledge, skills, internal outcomes, and external outcomes. This model provides a framework that can be utilized to guide a curriculum that promotes cross-cultural communication competence and assessment of learning outcomes. Next, please. Attitudes. There are 3 key attitudes: respect, openness, and curiosity. These attributes will make us culturally competent person. Next, please. As for attitudes, experience, respect demonstrates that we value others who are from different cultures and backgrounds. We love openness is necessary to make move outside of our own comfort zone, and curiosity is the internal drive, impetus to understand others. Next, please. Second component is knowledge. Cultural self-awareness, cultural-specific knowledge, deep cultural knowledge, understanding of the other's worldviews. This is social-linguistic awareness. 3, please. Next. And skills that involved in order to become interculturally or cross-culturally competent, we would be needing these skills: observing, listening, evaluating, analyzing, interpreting, and relating. Next, please. And this model is, you can see, it's a graphic elaboration of the same model. Next, please. Internal outcomes is the 4th element of Theodor's model, that attitude, knowledge, and skill lead to an internal outcome that consists of, there's some internal change taking place inside us as a result of the first 3 elements, and that we become more flexible, we grow adaptable, and we develop empathy for other people and their cultures. Next, please. External outcomes are that the behavior and communication skills demonstrated by us in cross-culturally competent person are based on attitudes, knowledge, skills, and internal outcomes. And what could be the external outcomes? Experienced by others. Others will be able to notice this decency in our behavior and this beauty in our thinking, and this power of being able to live with others will become evident and manifested and reflected through our behavior. Next, please. And can you go back? How? All right. No, sir, one more. Next. Thank you very much. Next. Not back. Go forward, please. One more. Yeah, this is again a graph, how to create and promote cross-cultural communication competence in EFL classrooms, because now I'm talking to teachers also. So I'll give my view on that also. Next, please. We can promote this competence in our classes by saying that we can have students reflect on their personal identities and cultures, encourage students to prepare family tree, and research personal history to compare and find commonalities. What are the commonalities between us, a Punjabi student and a Pashto student? What are the commonalities between a Sindhi student and a Baloch student? What are the commonalities between Sindhi, Punjabi, Saraiki, and Gilgit students? So that we can practice this in our language classrooms also, by promoting doing certain activities where we can bring people together instead of letting them hate one another on the basis of culture and originality. Next. We can think, pair, share in small groups. We can make small groups and we can tell them to ask about one another's culture and ask about different aspects of one another's culture, and then try to understand which things are similar, which are dissimilar, and how they can actually live together. Next, please. We can rearrange our classroom. One back. We can rearrange our classrooms layout also. For example, we can say that such and such people will sit in the front. Next day, other people will sit in the front. We can make a Pashto student sit with the Sindhi student so that they can sit close and they develop and form friendships and foster friendships and may be able to read into each other's mind and get to know who they are. And number 4, next, please. We can incorporate team building exercises into our lesson plans. Next, please. We can interact with students from different regions and countries. Next, please. We can develop a model of cross-cultural communication competence or sensitivity. Many people tend to stay at different levels of cross-cultural competence. To help visualize where they are, we need to help them to look at the developmental of intercultural sensitivity, DMIS, by Milton Bene, developed in 1986. Next, please. In this model, stage 1 is denial. This is our ability to recognize the more observed cultural differences, but may avoid or withdraw from these cultural differences. Stage 2, next. Stage 2 is polarization. Here, a judgmental orientation that views cultural differences in terms of us and them. Then we reduce this. Next, please. And then we minimize. After we understand it, we are more sensitive. We minimize this non-acceptance of other cultures. Stage 4, next. Then we come to accept. Next, please. And then we adapt and change. I have already consumed my time. I thank you very much for your attentive listening.
Thank
I
you
wish
very
I had more time, yes.
Thank you so much. We appreciate your valuable insight. Moving forward, I equally honored to introduce Dr. Ali Jalalian Deghe, Faculty of Languages and Linguistics, University Malaya, Malaysia. Dr. Ali is a senior lecturer at Faculty of Languages and Linguistics, University Malaya. He specializes in teaching translation and discourse analysis courses at both undergraduate and postgraduate level. His research interests primarily lie in translation studies and critical discourse analysis. He holds a PhD in translation studies from University Science Malaysia, USM, and Masters in TESOL from Islamic Azad University, Iran, and a BA in English Language Translation from the same institution. Additionally, he earned a postgrad diploma in TESOL from Cambridge University, United Kingdom. As one of my supervisors, he has been a guiding force in my academic journey, and it is truly a privilege to moderate a session where he is one of the speakers. His talk is "We Can Do Much Better Than Product-Oriented and Workflow-Oriented Research and Journalistic Translation Studies," promises to be an insightful session. So over to you, Dr. Ali.
Dr. Sidra, are you able to hear me?
Yeah. Good afternoon, Dr. Ali. Good to see you virtually.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much for your very generous introduction, Dr. Sidra Mahmood. I'm honored to be here. Thank you for inviting me. I was just wondering if it's possible that I could instead share my screen, but if that is not possible, that is okay. All right, no problem. Are you able to hear me, Dr. Sidra?
Yes, Dr. Ali, we can see your screen. It's
okay, that's great. That's great. Okay. All right. So you will be moving the slides?
Yes, we can.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you very much. Okay. I will do my best to finish my presentation within the allocated time. However, I appeal to you, if possible, in case it takes a bit longer, I may need just a couple of minutes extra. I have prepared myself, but hopefully the allocated time will be enough. I was just expecting a bit more. All right, so basically today I'm going to share with you something that I learned during the process of writing a book titled Humanizing Critical Journalistic Translation Studies. So for that purpose, I needed to do a systematic literature review of the state of the art to see what is going on in the scholarship and how I can better contribute to this. So this is the main purpose of basically what I'm doing today. Okay, can we please go to the next slide? Thank you. All right, so some of you might know or might not have noticed, translation actually plays a very important role when it comes to giving us access to international news. It's something that is not visible because it's something that happens within news agencies, but a lot of news actually is translated. And when we think about the kind of news that we get access to, for example, political news or news on economics, things like this, although we may think that here translation plays a very innocent role and is supposed to, the translator is supposed to struggle to gain equivalence or somehow culturally adjust what is in the source text for the needs of the target society, we need to remember that what is actually presented in the news, it comes from a different context. It has been written with some kind of thoughts. So actors, action, events, all these that are in the original news text now is being recontextualized, coming to a new context. And the translator, and basically I would call them bilingual journalists, not necessarily translators, because this has been shown in previous studies that these people are not necessarily translators, but journalists who can speak two languages. They manipulate the text ideologically to be able to respond to the institutional needs and the wider socio-political framework of a country. So studies that have been done within this area, I would like to call them critical journalistic translation studies. I will explain a bit further later. Can we please go to the next slide? All right. So before I talk about critical journalistic translation studies, journalistic translation studies itself, it has become now a distinct area within translation studies. We have had and seen a lot of publications, including books, book chapters, and even special issues of journals on this topic. But here, in particular, I'm talking about critical journalistic translation studies. And what I mean here is those studies that have taken some kind of critical approaches to look at how a journalistic text has some relationship with power relationships and ideologies in a society, and what kind of modifications to a translated news text is done to somehow secure its acceptance within a specific socio-political framework of the target society. And here, translators are not just intercultural mediators, but become agents of manipulation who engage in discursive mediation to ensure socio-political correctness. Can we please go to the next slide? Thank you. So this is a systematic literature review that I started about a year ago. And we actually refer to Scopus and Web of Science, as well as Translation Studies Bibliography, or John Benjamin's Translation Studies Bibliography, which is a very well-respected indexing for publications within translation studies, whether they are books or book chapters or journal articles. And using the terms, which I won't talk about that due to time restrictions, we use lots of terms, and we could get hold of 1,928 publications on journalistic translation studies in general. And after doing filtering and eligibility and all that, because we had, of course, to exclude conference proceedings, for example, or dissertations, thesis, and things like this, we come to about 109 publications. So a quick result was that these studies were mainly product-oriented studies. And what I mean here is basically these studies are looking at a text that has been translated, and scholars try to get hold of the source text and compare this with the target text, basically to look at what translation techniques, what manipulative techniques, operations, what I mean here, not translation strategies that are aimed to facilitate communication, but the ones that are used to, for example, if an actor has been described doing an action and that actor has been removed from the target text by the translator opts to go for example, making that structure passive. And 7 studies with process-oriented studies. It means those studies that have gone to newsrooms and done some kind of ethnographic studies to look at what is happening in the newsroom, what role translation is playing, and who is actually doing these manipulations. Right, can we please go to the next slide? All right, so within product-oriented studies, 3 main approaches have been used. One of them is 3-dimensional model, which is a quite established model within critical discourse studies. Some of the tools here are, for example, lexical choices, transitivity, and so on. I've provided examples here, but I won't talk about the result of the studies and details. Appraisal theory is a very well-known theory that provides us with analytical tools that we can look at how emotions, for example, how attitudes have been presented in a text, and then we can use the scholars have used that to compare target text with source text. And for example, reframing theory is another one. Perhaps you might know that reframing theory by Mona Baker is the only one that has emerged from within translation studies, but appraisal theory and CDA or CDS has been borrowed from linguistic studies. All right, can we please go to the next slide? Thank you. And there are studies that have gone to the process-oriented studies. And what I mean here by process is the workflow. It means that they have gone to the news institutions. We know that accessing news institutions is not an easy task, but some people, including myself, have managed to do that, doing interviews and observations, taking note, field note, and things like this. And we know that translators are not actually the ones who are manipulating this because they are just deciding doing this, or it's their own individual ideology, but it's an institution. And a news text actually goes through dozens of hands of editor, chief editor, and even other people. It's a very complicated process. All right, can we please go to the next slide? Thank you. All right. So if we look at actually what has happened in translation studies, we know that is a new discipline somehow, is young, but it has gone through different terms and paradigms. I don't really advocate the term because term would mean that, we have done something and then we have left it and now we are somewhere else. But there have been different insights, avenues, and different theories that have been borrowed and insights into translation studies. I'm going just to very briefly talk about this. So translation studies was in its pre-scientific era. And then with linguistic turn, of course, we got a lot of knowledge and insights from linguistic theories, all the way from semantics, syntax, even pragmatic. So we understood that translation is not just a matter of translating meaning, but for example, intention. With functionalist paradigm in Germany, starting in 1970s, 80s, they help us understand the importance of different texts. Different text types have different purposes, and that has an influence on our decision as a translator. So, for example, when I'm translating a poem, what is very important is the artistic, aesthetic nature of the text, because somebody reads a poem to enjoy actually the form of it, right? So when I'm translating now, the question is, can I still be faithful, for example, to the source text and its form? It doesn't work, but we have understood that translation is a purposeful activity, so we have to understand why is this translation being done, for who are the audience, and so on. So the famous theory of scopus. And with cultural turn in translation studies, scholars like Basnet and Lefebvre brought to attention that translator is at the service of the target culture. And studies on, for example, post-colonialism, gender but some of the fruits of this period, right? All right, now, what I want to bring your attention to and highlight today is cognitive turn in translation studies and sociological turn. So from the cognitive turn, although in interpreting studies has been around for several decades, but within translation studies, I'm talking about written text here, there's a lot of scholarship on actually what is happening in the mind of translator, why they make certain decisions, or for example, people have compared whether whether post-editing of machine-produced translation versus human translation may need less effort. Or also people have looked at the emotions of translators or emotions of the audience. So what kind of emotions audience, even for example, in audiovisual translation studies in particular, may experience when watching subtitles. With a sociological turn, then somebody wrote a paper, Name and Nature of Translator Studies, and brought to attention the importance of studying translators themselves in terms of many aspects, which is outside, unfortunately, the scope of the current conference. But basically, we have seen some tendencies towards humanizing translation studies. All right, can we please go to the next slide, Dr. Sidra? Thank you. All right, so here the question is, there are lots of questions actually left to be answered within journalistic translation studies, which can help us develop a better understanding of this field. And if you look at it, for example, from a translator perspective, some questions are, for example, how do journalistic translators perceive their role in translating sociopolitically sensitive content? Or, for example, who are these translators? We need to profile them. Who are there? What are their backgrounds? What has brought them to the context of working in a news institution? Why do they manipulate? How do they feel about this? What kind of challenges do they actually face in maintaining accuracy? Or do they have any ethical dilemmas? Or how do they actually cope with external pressures? We know that editorial team, political constraints, all of these has an influence on them. These are just some examples, but the moment we think about people, about human, there are a lot of questions that occurs to us. Can we please go to the next slide? Thank you. We think about it from the perspective of reader. So questions are, how does exposure to translated news affect readers' understanding and opinion of an event? I'm talking about reception studies here in particular, because the scholarship on this topic has done a lot on text. So we know that text is manipulated, and we are assuming that it might have some influence on emotions or on opinions of the reader, but do we really know that? We don't. Or, for example, how do cultural backgrounds and ideological positions of the reader may influence the interpretation of translated news? I'm not saying that these kind of things are not in journalism studies. They are, but not within journalistic translation studies. Or what factors influence readers' trust in translated news compared to original news? Or how do digital media environment characterized by abundant, often competing source of information shape readers' engagement with perception of translated news? Can we go please to the next slide? Yeah, so what basically I'm trying to do is to advocate for a humanizing approach within journalistic translation studies. A humanizing approach is nothing within translation studies, but in particular, within journalistic translation studies, so that we have a more comprehensive understanding. And I'm not saying that this is the only gap. Other things I have noticed, for example, we know that news is a multimodal text. Within news, we have video, we have, for example, images. What happens in the target text to these images? Do they remain the same, or there is an illustrator who creates a new one, or they copy paste another image from somewhere else, and how this may affect the audience who is reading that news? All of these could be very, very important questions in developing a better understanding of journalistic translation studies. Thank you very much. I'm done with my presentation. I'm not sure if there are any questions, but I'd like also to introduce a book that Routledge will publish it. It is already available on Routledge website. Will be published in June. A book that I've written with a colleague titled Humanizing Critical Journalistic Translation Studies. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Ali. Dr. Ali, can we see you? My teachers and my students are sitting here. Is it possible for you to come on video? I guess he is not with us. Thank you so much, Dr. Ali, for this engaging discussion. Our next keynote speaker is also from University Malaya, Malaysia, esteemed Prof. Dr. Maya David, a highly esteemed scholar from my university. Prof. Maya received the Lingua Pax Award in 2007 and is an honorary fellow of the Chartered Institute of Linguistics, United Kingdom, and an honorary member of the Foundation of Endangered Languages. As a sociolinguist, Dr. David has a special interest in discourse analysis, languages in Malaysian minority communities, and the role of language in establishing and maintaining national unity within and across cultures. She's a visiting scholar, College for Women, and also consultant ELT for Kennett College, both in Lahore, Pakistan. She's also in honor academic consultant, London College of Clinical Hypnosis. She holds an executive diploma in coaching and also in counseling. It is truly an honor to invite her to share her insight with us. She will discuss an important social issue in her talk, a study of racist slurs against dark-skinned Malaysians, Indian, as depicted in videos and publication. So over to you, Prof. Maya. Unfortunately, she is not with us. Now, our next speaker is, we are honored to have Dr. Antonio from University of Basilicata, Italy. Dr. Antonio is a tenure track assistant professor in English linguistics and translation studies. He is an executive board member of Italian Association of Foreign Language Teachers. He is involved in important European projects, and he is the author of numerous papers published in leading international journals. His main area of research and publication span ELF and intercultural communication from socio-linguistics and pedagogical perspectives. Dr. Antonio has delivered several talks at conferences across Italy and internationally. His recent works include Euro-English Trends and Challenges Through the Lens of Migration-Related Texts, 2024. Please welcome Dr. Antonio.
Good morning, everyone, and thank you, Dr. Sidra, for this nice introduction. I would like to thank the conference conveners as well for inviting me to contribute to this rich event. It's been an honor and a pleasure for me to accept the invitation. Well, the presentation, just a moment. Can you tell me if it's if the presentation is working now? I mean, I'm changing slide. I would like you to tell me if you can see when I change the slide.
Dr. Antonio, we can change the slide. You just tell us.
Ah, all right. No, because I would like to present the PPT, the PowerPoint by myself, just to stick to the time I've been allotted. It would be much easier for me to present the topic, if you don't mind.
Yes, sir, you can share your slides, no problem.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm going to do this right now. Okay. All right. So you can see it, right? Just give me a confirmation.
Yes, it's okay now.
Yes.
Okay. Just a second. Okay. Because I'm not very used to Zoom platform. That's why, but I can do that right now this way. Fine. Good. That should work now.
Yes, it's fine now.
Okay. But I cannot see. Well, right, probably this way. Perfect. Okay. Okay. Very good. Okay. Well, the presentation will start with a brief introduction and will provide a very quick reference to the theoretical framework and literature review. Then I'll discuss the benefits and challenges of generative AI language test designing with a few examples of how human intervention can improve Gen AI language tests. Finally, I'll focus on the relevance of human intervention in generative AI test designing and draw some conclusions with the proposal of a hybrid model. Now, if we focus on the title of the presentation, there are two basic notions that need eliciting in the first place: human intervention and artificial intelligence. The notion of human intervention was recently introduced by the EU General Data Protection Regulation and simply put, implies that a machine or software cannot decide until a human has reviewed the result before making the final decision. The definition of artificial intelligence, as regards the definition of artificial intelligence, well, it is problematic due to its interdisciplinary nature. Basically, artificial intelligence is an umbrella term which encompasses the theory and development of computer systems capable of performing tasks that have historically required human skills and intelligence, such as recognizing speech, generating written content, categorizing images, etc. However, when most people use the term AI today, the tendency is to refer to a broad collection of machine learning powered technologies like ChatGPT and Bard, for example, which are part of GenAI models designed to produce new data by learning from large language models that use algorithms. This principle enables machines to perform activities that would otherwise require direct human involvement. Based on that, it's easy to infer that AI has simplified the teacher's tasks, providing support in terms of saving time, reducing workload, and also elevating students' stressful assessment experiences. But despite the remarkable progress, AI cannot do without human intervention, this is certain. But as humans create AI, humans themselves have their biases and imperfections. As a result, the algorithms can be affected and compromised. In computer science, this phenomenon is known as AI bias. I would like anyway to clarify that when I mention bias in this presentation, I refer to those linguistic biases arising in AI-powered language tests. Regarding the theoretical framework and literature review, briefly, this paper draws on the collection and analysis of qualitative data selected manually from ChatGPT 3.5. Several studies have offered foundational data and insights into how AI can be effectively used for language tests, for example, from task design and delivery to automated essay assessment and scoring, particularly with reading and listening activities. Among these studies, the one by Burstein et al. Compared the quality and validity of test items powered by AI with those created by human experts. The research evidenced that while items created by AI are highly efficient and free from variability, human involvement enhanced the quality of the written work by correcting context errors and opportunities for bias. After them, Kitz-Degras and Kilichkaya aim to investigate the effectiveness of the AI-based approach by using the AI systems to produce exam questions. The scholars observed the teachers' efforts in developing practical language assessment items and found that AI could help these teachers to automate the creation of language exam questions, thus saving their own time and effort. But in this process, human intervention was essential to ensure the validity and quality of the generated questions. So what are the benefits of AI for language test designing? AI systems have foregrounded their significant potential in automating language test design, particularly those that leverage the so-called natural language processing. NLP enables computers to understand human language and interact with their users, and ChatGPT is the most notable example of a conversational AI model based on NLP. The human-to-machine conversation happens in chatbots, as you know, and the company OpenAI developed ChatGPT to create a sophisticated chatbot capable of engaging in natural and coherent conversation and serving multiple functions. So these AI systems are now able to generate test items, evaluate and grade language proficiency, and provide students with adapting testing experiences. However, AI can only work correctly if trained adequately by humans. Some of the most evident benefits of AI language test protections are test efficiency, consistency, and adaptability. In terms of test efficiency, AI can rapidly generate a number of test items, for instance, gap filling activities, word order exercises, verb completion exercises. In terms of consistency, AI systems can ensure uniformity in test quality. In terms of adaptability, AI can create adaptive tests that adjust difficulties depending on the test taker's ability, even if all these three are questionable in my view, as human intervention is indispensable to make the AI engine work. Again, inputting correct and complete data and prompts in the system is critical. You know that a prompt is a text, a question or coding that communicates to AI what kind of output is requested. And the more the information provided by humans is appropriate and instructive, the more satisfactory the results generated by the machine or software. Human intervention is therefore indispensable to minimize, if not avoid, the emergence of possible issues. But despite that, issues may arise anyway. At this point, what are the challenges of AI language tests? AI functions based on predetermined algorithms, as I said, that allow computer systems to perform general and specific tasks, but it lacks human emotional intelligence and critical thinking abilities that are essential to identify multiple variables and make judgments based on experience, intuition, and context. Inadvertently, AI systems can perpetuate various biases in the training data, such as sampling biases, algorithmic biases, and confirmation and measurement biases. While AI can generate tests based on patterns in data, it needs the creativity and nuanced contextual understanding that human experts can bring to obtain accurate tests. I'll show you a couple of examples from ChatGPT now. The background of the example is that I used ChatGPT to replicate an existing English test that I made previously and save time. The test was intended for students with an upper intermediate level of English, and the test was designed for 160 higher education students of the program in primary teacher education in their 5th and also last year, and was assigned in September 2024. These are the features of the test. So, 4 sections, reading, vocabulary, grammar, and use of English, for an overall score of 100 points and a pass score of 60. Clearly, I'm not going to discuss how the text is structured and to what extent it might give a satisfactory evaluation of the student's language skill at an upper intermediate level. Instead, I would like to discuss one example from the grammar section, 15 sentences with 4 multiple choice answers each, as you can see that is highlighted yellow, and one from the use of English section, 6 sentences on British idioms with 4 multiple choice answers each. Both, as I said, are highlighted yellow. First example, I asked ChatGPT, write 15 gap-filled sentences for testing university students at an upper intermediate level of English. The sentences must be focused on general topics of English grammar at an upper intermediate level. There must be 4 possible answers, but only one must be the correct one. Assertive requests are preferred with AI, so no please, thank you, and stuff like that. ChatGPT returned 15 questions correctly, but I found 2 main biases. The level was not upper intermediate, but mostly intermediate, if not low intermediate. And 2, the 4 answers A, B, C, and D were all about verb tenses, as you can see. So I wrote again, these sentences are too elementary. Provide new sentences, but do not focus on verb tenses only. ChatGPT replied, that's funny. Certainly, here are 15 gap-filled sentences focusing on various aspects of English grammar beyond verb tenses. But honestly, just sentence number 11 was not about verb tenses, as you can see. In addition, ChatGPT changed the format of the sentences, including 2 gaps instead of 1 for each sentence, and this was not in line with my requirements. See the ones marked in red. So I said to ChatGPT, I do not like the double option in one sentence. I have also noticed that just sentence number 11 is not concerned with verb tenses. Provide new sentences as per my first request. Remember, do not focus only on verb tenses, but also on other grammar topics. The 15 new sentences have the purpose of testing if a group of university students have an upper intermediate level of English. So I tried to input a detailed prompt, as you can see. Although ChatGPT reassured me about the new sentences, there were still biases. Sentence number 1 had 2 gaps and the topics regarding nouns rather than grammar rules. So I had to intervene manually to make the changes I needed. Example number 2, idioms. I asked ChatGPT, write 6 sentences, each including an English idiom for students with an upper intermediate level of English proficiency. There must be 4 possible answers, but only one must be the correct one. ChatGPT returned 6 sentences as I requested, but I didn't input sufficient information, and consequently the exercise was not usable, as it was not clear what a student was supposed to do with those 6 sentences and their related answers. So I had to refine my prompt, saying, turn the same exercise into a gap fill exercise following my initial instructions. The outcomes were correct in this case, apart from one with a linguistic bias. See sentence number 4. There's the full verb missing, and the overall structure of the sentence did not allow the student to decide clearly which was the right option. So I asked, are you sure that sentence number 4 is correct? And the answer was, you're right, I made a mistake. Let me correct that. But no correction was made, as you can see. So I specified, you wrote the same sentence with the same options as before the correction. Double check. The answer was, again, you're right. I apologize for the oversight. Let me correct it. But no correction was made, not even in this case. So I had to intervene manually once again to make the changes I needed. There will be other similar examples regarding other sections of the test, but for time constraints, I cannot report on those. I'll be at your disposal if you wish to get in touch and know more. So, overall, it is evident that while AI is powerful, it cannot do without human intervention, which thus remains unquestionable for achieving reliable and ethical results. Therefore, we may affirm that a hybrid model in language test production that exploits the strengths of both AI and human expertise would be the right compromise to make AI more reliable. Combining AI's efficiency with human expertise ensures that tests and assessments are accurate and contextually relevant. The continuous feedback, say, feedback loop from human experts can refine AI algorithms, improving effectiveness over time. Human experts can indeed identify and correct biases in AI test production, ensuring fairness and ethical standards. A hybrid model employs AI to adjust any test and assessment difficulty based on the test taker's performance, while humans provide personalized support. Human intervention, in this case, in AI-generated language test design, makes it clear that a professional interplay between language experts and practitioners like AI stakeholders and developers is the basis for getting effective AI-powered language tests, especially in those key areas where human intervention is fundamental, for example, to ensure content validity, to mitigate biases, to enhance test fairness, to improve test quality, and
Sorry to
integrate.
interrupt, Dr. Antonio. We just have 2 more minutes, please.
Yes, I'm going to conclude after this one. And integrate creativity and contextual prompts. Let's try and draw some conclusions now. Human intervention is, okay, as you can see here, human intervention is essential in AI-powered language tests. The main recommendations that I feel to do in this case are that we, humans, need to be vigilant about the outcomes expected from AI. And 2, prompts, input statements, must be as much instructive as possible to get reliable results. Future directions should focus on developing hybrid models that leverage the strengths of both AI and human expertise. These models can provide personalized learning experiences while maintaining fairness and equity in language test production. And research is needed to explore and refine methods to detect and correct bias in AI-generated assessments and tests, test design, of course, ensuring the AI systems are transparent and reliable. Therefore, collaboration among educators, AI developers, and policymakers will be vital in establishing ethical standards for AI use in language test production. Thank you for your time, for listening. I hope you enjoyed the presentation and you found it useful. I just put my email here, so thank you for your attention again.
Thank you very much. We appreciate your insightful contribution, Dr. Antonio. And now I am just concluding this session. If you have any question, 1 or 2 questions from audience, we appreciate you can ask from our keynote speaker. Otherwise, you can write, we will provide you the email and you can write the questions if you have. But we have seen one hand that is raised at the end. Sir, please. Yes, please provide the mic. Only 2 questions are allowed. So one, we have the participant, any other volunteer who want to answer, just tell us, please.
Am I audible?
Yes.
Am I audible to Professor Antonio?
Professor Antonio, are you with us?
I am.
Ciao, Professor Antonio. Buongiorno.
Ciao. Buongiorno.
Come stai?
Bene, thank you.
Soy Hassan de Pakistan. Io sono dottore qui.
Ok.
Grazie mille per tua presentazione. I have a question about training humans while interacting with ChatGPT. Some of my bachelor students, they are working on Grice maxims. They want to utilize them for interacting with ChatGPT. So is it possible we train humans how to interact with ChatGPT?
It is. Yes. Thank you for this nice question, and thank you. Congratulations for your Italian. Anyway.
I have my laurea magistrale from the University degli Studi di Siena, Toscana.
Oh, really? Very good. Okay,
Yeah.
That's great. Yes, that's a very popular institution here in Italy for foreigners who wish to learn Italian, and I can see they made a great job anyway. So back to your question, it is fundamental to train humans on how to prompt correctly ChatGPT, because the more effective, as I said, the more instructive and informative the prompt is, the more reliable the result. So if you input the correct prompt with the basic details and instructions that you want to input to get the best outcomes, the requested outcomes, it is fundamental. So apart from that, even if you do that, you can still find some biases. That's why I always say that AI can support humans as humans perfectly. And, it's a great support. but human oversight and human intervention is always fundamental, crucial to avoid any biases. I hope I answered your answer correctly.
Grazie mille, Professor.
Prego.
Thank you very much, Professor. Any other question from audience? One last question. No one? Okay, thank you very much. Now I would request Dr. Muhammad Abdullah Beg, HOD Del, Riphah International University, Islamabad, to come on stage. And I also request Professor Dr. Arshad Mahmood to come on stage along with Dr. Samina, HOD Gulberg Greens, Dr. Shamim, and Ms. Rosina to please deliver the shield to Professor Dr. Arshad Mahmood from Namal University, Islamabad. Thank you so much, dear audience, for your patience, respectable chief guest and teachers. Now you have a half an hour break for lunch, for prayer. We will resume the next session in 1:50, and inshallah see you at that time. Thank you very much.
One in which we have one keynote speaker and the 4 presenters. We'll have 1 hour for this session. That will be followed by question and answer and comment session, and then there will be a short break by 3 o'clock, inshallah. Our first speaker is Dr. Sareen Kaur, who is a senior lecturer in the English department at the Learning Institute of Empowerment, Multimedia University, Malacca. Her research focuses on language use in organizational and professional settings, particularly in the agricultural and corporate sectors. In addition to her academic role, she also serves as the managing editor of the Journal of Communication, Language and Culture. Dr. Kaur will deliver her keynote talk on the subject, exploring the integration of ChatGPT in educational practices, insights from educators. Over to Dr. Kaur, please.
Thank you very much. I hope
Yes,
you all are
Dr. Kaur, are you with us? Dr. Sareen Kaur?
Yes, she's audible.
Yes. Over to you, please, for your presentation in today's session.
Thank you very much. I hope you're able to hear me and
Yes.
see me. All
Yes,
right.
we do.
I will share my slides.
Please.
Good afternoon from Malaysia, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for being here today. Pakistan holds a special place in my heart, as it is the homeland or birthplace of my paternal grandparents. I always look forward to presenting at conferences in Pakistan, virtually or in person. So thank you again to the conference organizers and Dr. Sidra for the invitation. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my pleasure to present on a topic shaping the future of education, exploring the integration of ChatGPT in educational practices, insights from educators. Today, I will share insights from research exploring how educators perceive ChatGPT, whether as a helpful teaching tool or a challenge to traditional education. ChatGPT, or artificial intelligence in today's world, has quickly gained traction in our classrooms. And as you can see on my slide, right? It's not just ChatGPT, but there are so many other AI platforms, right? And some educators see it as a game changer, while others worry about ethical concerns and its effect on student learning. Ladies and gentlemen, the big question is, how can we use ChatGPT effectively while ensuring it benefits both educators and students? And why studies of such nature is crucial for education. ChatGPT is changing education rapidly, and we are seeing mixed reactions from teachers even now in 2025. And I'm sure it's just not in Malaysia, but also in various parts of the world. While many of us have embraced the technology to enhance learning, but there are many others, even among my colleagues in my university, where they have, many have expressed their concerns about its implication. So the challenge lies, I believe, in balancing the benefits and risk, ensuring that ChatGPT serves as a supportive tool rather than a disruptive force. Before diving deeper into ChatGPT's role in education, it is important to understand the distinction between strong AI and weak AI, which has been put forward by Wells in 2023. So strong AI, also referred to as artificial general intelligence, AGI, possesses human-like cognitive abilities, including reasoning, problem solving, and emotional intelligence. It can perform any intellectual task that a human can. However, we are not there yet. Weak AI or narrow AI, like ChatGPT, is designed for specific tasks such as text generation, language understanding, and automated assistance. It does not have true understanding or consciousness, but follows programmed algorithms to provide intelligent responses. Since ChatGPT falls into the category of weak AI, we must recognize both its capabilities and limitations in educational settings. That's exactly what my research seeks to answer. Moving on, why this study matters, right? I have listed here a few questions because ChatGPT is no longer a futuristic concept. It is here. It has changed or is changing how we teach and learn. Educators face both opportunities and challenges as ChatGPT becomes increasingly present in education. Some key questions arise as I have listed on my slide. Should ChatGPT be used for lesson planning, grading, and feedback? Will it enhance or replace traditional teaching methods? How do educators feel about using ChatGPT in the classroom? What are the potential long-term effects of integrating AI in learning environments? How can we ensure AI benefits all students regardless of background or resources? To address some of these concerns, our study focused on these two main questions. What factors encourage educators to integrate ChatGPT into their teaching methods within higher education? And also, what are the challenges which hinder its adoption in the classroom? So by answering these questions and reflecting of them, we can then develop strategies to maximize ChatGPT's benefits while mitigating its risks. So some insights from the field, a review of key studies in this area. Firstly, studies which are, as I said, there's a growing body of research which highlights both the potential and also concerns regarding ChatGPT integration in education. So one body of research, which is one of the key themes is generative AI in teaching. This supports adaptive learning and engagement. And this is studies that are done by Kasnecki and Lakin, which claims or emphasizes that ChatGPT or platforms like ChatGPT, when used effectively, can support adaptive learning, feedback mechanisms, and student engagement. However, the need for AI literacy among educators remains a barrier. Another theme is on ethical considerations. Research by Creeley warns that ChatGPT-driven tools raise concerns about plagiarism, which I think we all are very aware of, ethical AI use, and originality of student work. Over-reliance on ChatGPT-generated content is a key challenge, ladies and gentlemen, that educators must address. Another theme is on pedagogical impact. Mudenda discusses how ChatGPT enhances assessment methods and personalized learning experiences while emphasizing the importance of balancing ChatGPT integration with human-driven instruction. And another theme that I came across was on equity and access. So Watermeyer highlights the digital divide in ChatGPT adoption, raising concerns about disparities in access to ChatGPT tools and institutional policies that could or may unintentionally disadvantage certain students. Malaysia is a unique country, right? In a way, we have students who live in the rural areas who do not have access to digital, do not have access to, for example, internet. So when we talk about equity and access, it'll be interesting to see, the huge digital divide that can arise among students in Malaysia or in other countries. So next, ladies and gentlemen, over the course of my research, I have engaged with educators from diverse backgrounds. When I speak about diverse backgrounds, I'm talking about lecturers from different faculties. I am an English instructor. I teach English and business communication, workplace communication. But to look at how ChatGPT is in education, and for this research, we went and interviewed academics from the Faculty of Engineering, from the Faculty of Law, and also IT, together with the Faculty of Business. So the findings reveal a compelling narrative that ChatGPT is not merely a tool of convenience, but a catalyst for educational transformation across the board, across all fields and specialities. Let me highlight a few key motivators driving educators towards the adoption of ChatGPT. Firstly, or the first item, as you can see in my slide, is idea generation. So many of the respondents, educators, have expressed that ChatGPT serves as a valuable brainstorming partner. It helps overcome creative blocks in lesson planning, providing fresh perspectives and innovative teaching strategies. And as you can see at the bottom of my slide, one of the respondents mentioned that when I am out of ideas, ChatGPT provides creative suggestions that reignite my inspiration. So if you have been teaching like me for 20 over years, inspiration doesn't come very easily, right? So ChatGPT has actually brought fresh new ideas into the classroom for me and many of my colleagues. My next item, the next key motivator is efficiency and time saving. So ChatGPT can automate admin tasks such as grading, quiz creation, as we have seen some of the earlier presenters talking about it, and lesson planning. And this frees up the educators to focus on student engagement and mentorship, which is extremely important because I think in any other place, a lot of time as language teachers, our time is taken up with grading and marking, and it can be sometimes very challenging and time consuming. So if we are able to outsource this, right, it saves up so much time to then sit with the student and provide some real-time feedback. My next item is student engagement. So as you can see, ChatGPT has been used to stimulate critical thinking, generate discussion prompts, and encourage active learning in classrooms. It enables students to interact with diverse perspectives and fosters an engaging, inquiry-based learning environment. Ladies and gentlemen, let me share my experience with teaching a group of law students recently, right? They usually, I'm sure this is similar in Pakistan also. So our law students are very articulate, right? Are very articulate compared to students from the other faculties, very critical, and they are also, I must say, fearless, right? Or unafraid. I would use the word fearless to engage in conversations on topics that may be uncomfortable for many of us. And at times, it can be quite challenging to come up with ideas, fresh ideas with them. So with ChatGPT, I was able to create dynamic and interactive learning experiences that encouraged deeper discussions and more critical analysis. ChatGPT also helped us, not just me, but also the students, in facilitating debates, providing diverse perspectives on a particular topic that we were discussing. And it also helped the students to refine their arguments, therefore making the classroom environment even more engaging and thought-provoking. And that, for me, was very fulfilling as an English language instructor, because as I mentioned just now, it can be a struggle at times to come up with inspiring, inspirational, engaging, and creative ideas with our students. Let's move to my next slide. The challenges that we must address, right? There are many, advantages, benefits of ChatGPT or any of the other AI platforms. But many educators and many of my respondents have also voiced legitimate concerns that must be acknowledged. Firstly, this is something that I also face in my university, is the lack of institutional support. So many educators feel unprepared to integrate ChatGPT due to the lack of training. Sometimes it's also awareness and technical assistance. So institutions, universities, I think we don't have to wait for your rectors or vice presidents. I think within your department, heads of departments or stakeholders must provide structured ChatGPT literacy programs. There is a need for academics to push this agenda to the management instead of waiting for the top-down approach. At this time, I think at this age and at this era, we have to take necessary actions for the benefits of our students. And recently in my department, we actually had AI or using AI platforms in testing and evaluation. And it was quite an eye-opener. Many of the items that were discussed were already ideas that I have used and pursued on my own in my classrooms. But there were people within the department or within the institution were not aware that how to use ChatGPT to check coherence, for example, or to check the grammar of your students' work. So it was quite an eye-opener for me, realizing that many people are still unaware. So hence why training programs must be conducted, and universities, I think, must step up on this. And one of the respondents from my study also stated that we need structured courses on how to effectively use ChatGPT in teaching. Next is the academic integrity concerns. This is, something that we all face as a, I also, am the managing editor of a journal for the university. And the AI plagiarism scores in some of the manuscripts we receive are quite high, right? And it is definitely a cause of concern. So there is this increasing reliance on ChatGPT. So therefore, it raises concerns about plagiarism and definitely a decline in original thinking. And so there must be policies highlighting the need for ethical ChatGPT frameworks, right? This is important.
Excuse me, Dr. Serene Kaur.
Yes.
We are running short of time. If you could please conclude your presentation.
Okay, sure.
Yes, please. Thank you.
So a vision for the future, this would be my last slide. As we move forward, right, let's view ChatGPT or any form of AI not as a threat, but as an opportunity. By embracing ChatGPT as a tool for growth, advocating for institutional support, and fostering ethical ChatGPT usage, we can create an educational system that remains both relevant and human-centered. Right? This is important. I feel that it is a tool, it's not a replacement, well, not yet. And institutions must step up and take responsibility. And with that, thank you very much. And I look forward to shaping the future together with all of you. Thank you very much. It's been a lovely experience.
Thank you so much, Dr. Serene Kaur, for giving this educative presentation to us. And we are equally delighted to know that you have a peculiar connection to Pakistan. And we are looking forward to have the future research collaboration and your input in such academic exercises. The way that you have illuminated or enlightened us about the educational challenges and as to how we can, achieve our professional objectives while integrating artificial intelligence and ChatGPT, as it does have a transformational potential, and it can, meaningfully transform the educational landscape. And universities, they need to invest in training, and the policies needs to be incorporated in this way. So thank you so much. And now we are moving to invite our next speaker, who is with us here in the hall, Dr. Khurshid Ahmed Khan, who is a faculty member in the Department of English at the University of Sawabi, Khyber Pakhtunkhwa, Pakistan. He earned his PhD in linguistics from the University of Aberdeen, UK. He has worked at various universities in Pakistan and collaborated with the renowned international organizations as an English language specialist, material developer and trainer. His research interests include applied linguistics, computational linguistics, TESOL, and sociolinguistics. He will share with us today his research study on the subject morphological analysis in Pashto, a multi-step hybrid stemming algorithm for text mining. Over to Dr. Khurshid Ahmed, please, if you could come on the rostrum. Thank you.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Thank you very much for having me here. It's an honor to present my research in front of you people. Before the start of my presentation, students from Linguistics, Department of Linguistics, let me tell you that future is that of the computational linguistics. So if you want to excel your future in linguistics, you must learn computer programming and algorithm with linguistics. So as you have seen my topic, stemming, what is stemming algorithm? Basically, what we do in morphology, we have different complex words like unfaithful. So we know that an is the prefix, faith is the stem or root, and full is the suffix. Computer is a machine and it recognizes the roots, the stems. It doesn't know the unfaithful as a word. So whenever you want to develop a language software, you want to develop a language learning software, you want to develop like machine translations from one language to another, you want to develop a digital dictionary, whatsoever regarding language learning and teaching, you need to reduce the words to its stem. And for that, what we do in language, we create stemmers using algorithm and computer programming. For myself, I use Python. And like information retrieval, text classification, data mining, these are some of the functions performed by the stemmers. So, unfortunately, the world of computers being controlled by the Europe and America and most of the libraries, the bulk of language, we call it a library. Most of the library that we have like available online is that is for English, for Chinese, for Spanish. But small languages like Pashto, we don't have those libraries. So what we're supposed to do, we need to develop those libraries. We need to develop that manually. And that's what I have tried to do. So the purpose of my research was to develop an like improved Pashto stemming algorithm using hybrid multi-step approach. When we use the word hybrid, we basically use 2 or 3 techniques or approaches while developing the stemmer. There are certain stemmers available on internet, but those stemmers are just, stat-based or just a single approach, which are not like that effective. You see that when it comes to bigram or trigram words, so they failed to reduce the word to its stems. So what I have tried, I developed an algorithm which include like a unigram, bigram, and trigram processing for improved accuracy. So in every language, we have like affixes, and affixes are basically affixes contains prefixes, infixes, and suffixes. And Pashto, definitely we have like all these 3 aspects of morphology in Pashto language as well. What is the limitation of the existing approach? Those are like rule-based or statistical, n-gram, or template matching. Like rule-based means that already defined, so whatever is like defined there, you can use that and get stemmers, but whatever is beyond the approach of that rule, like the software will fail to give you the stem. Similarly, the statistical n-gram, the algorithm, that is like the default algorithm. Whatever is beyond the approach of that algorithm, the computer system will fail to give you that. And the template matching, that has already been programmed. So multi-step hybrid model affects stripping, template matching, and referencing. We have already talked about that. Algorithm, in computational linguistics, remember, the most important step in computational linguistics is to develop algorithm. Once you learn how to develop algorithm, you are done. You develop algorithm, and for that algorithm, then you program. You write a code, and you are done. So try to learn algorithm. This is the algorithm for my research. These are the steps. Okay, I'm not going to explain it because it will take hours, but I just wanted to show you that how you write algorithm. Algorithm is basically the logical steps or the rules that you provide to the computer, for which then the computer programmer writes codes in different programming languages. This is another representation of the algorithm. It's a bit clearer. The text processing overflow, like you give a text to computer, then the stammer will the first step in algorithm will be tokenization by punctuation. Tokenization means when a large chunks of language are reduced to boxes, small boxes, or small chunks, 2, 3, or 4 words. This is called tokenization. And you write that an algorithm. Then normalization, then you close those boxes in 2, 3 words. Check number of words, apply compound rules. Okay, if there is like compound words, okay, complex words, like classroom, so the algorithm would know that basically these are the combination of 2 words. And tokenization by stop words. Stop words, we mean all the a, and the, will, shall, all that stuff in English language, those are called stop word. So they are nothing to do with the string. So the algorithm will remove that. And tokenization by spaces, it just eliminates spaces as well. And at the end, what we do, at the end we get pure stammers. It will take you time, definitely, when you learn algorithm, when you learn programming language. But remember, for the students of linguistics, after the advent of AI, especially, future is that of the computational linguistics. All rest of the branches of linguistics, or the linguistic aspects, one day or another 2 or 3 years, you would see that all will shift to AI. So survival would be for those who know to develop algorithm and who know to code. So there are like different books available on internet regarding the Python language. So with a little bit effort, you just learn the initial Python, okay, the functions, and then the AI can help you to write rest of the things for you. But you should know the basics. This was, like I have already mentioned, that Pashto is a small language, so the library was not available online. So I had to develop a library manually, okay? Prefixes list, as a concept paper, so a small project. Prefixes, 351 entries. Suffixes, 312. Reference lookup list, like 906, a large chunks of languages. Stop word, we have already mentioned. And stem word list, like 30,258. And for that, I have used different dictionaries, Pashto language dictionaries for different dialects, Kandhari dialects, from Yusufzai dialect, and from Waziri dialect. Okay, this is the corpus, word corpus and text corpus. By word corpus means when we provide a single word, and for text corpus means when we provide articles. So I have used BBC Pashto most of the times, articles from BBC Pashto, and that is Kandhari Pashto. And those are like 15,258 words, and the upper one is 36 and 112 words. These are the accuracy metrics. By accuracy metrics, like I give 100 words, and the return is 88.57%. Like only it failed, the system failed only like at 12%, and rest of the 88%, it gave me the correct stems. The compression rate was 55. By compression rate, we mean that when we get stems, so we divide the stemmers or the stem words or the root words by the total chunks of language, and it reduces it to 55%. Precision, recall, and a score, you can check it on internet, because these are the statistical terms, and I'm not going to explain it. It will take time, but you can get it on internet easily. Application in natural language processing. When you process a natural language like ChatGPT, you give it ChatGPT, you write something in English, and you want ChatGPT to translate it The same for in Urdu. So that's called like the transformers already trained, the models, the language models are already trained for that particular language. So it gives you a translation. Basically, in NLP, in ChatGPT, the process followed was stemming algorithm. So for all language models, you need stemming algorithm. Information retrieval, for example, you write on Google and you're writing a sentence, and when you complete 2 or 3 words, it gives you different suggestions. So that is basically like a stemming algorithm, because the Google work on algorithm. For algorithm, once again, let me repeat, you need roots, stems. If you don't convert the words into stem, your search will be a faulty search, because the system will fail to recognize. The text summarization, you get a summary, or the machine learning, the translation. Okay, it gives you translation in different languages. All the language-related things, it has stemmers behind it. And this is the software. This is the program I have developed. This was programmed in Python. On the top, you can see the Pashto complete, a paragraph you could see. And when I process the text, I got the extracted stems. These are the stems, and it has extracted the prefixes and extracted the suffixes. Pashto mostly don't have infixes. Most of the, we don't have infixes most of the time. So this was the whole project of mine, and this is the output window. Like you can see that we got the extracted stems for the paragraph that we have provided. So this was the conclusion, highlights like improved accuracy and compression, and overcomes limitation of the existing Pashto works, context sensitive, and integration of machine learning. So this was all about me. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Khurshid Ahmed Khan Saab, for sharing your insight on a very complex subject. And you have explained as to how this algorithm could contribute in enhancing stemming accuracy and efficiency in Pashto language. Since Dr. Khan Saab has to leave now, and taking the presence, advantage of his presence. So if anybody could ask a very brief question. Yes, Dr. Saab, please. Yes. Yes, please.
Assalamu alaikum, sir.
Alaikum salam.
Sir, I'm Dr. Sakhlain. I'm a corpus linguistics, and I am from CAPI. So some of my students in bachelor, they are working on the morphological structure of Pashto language. So I'm a corpus linguistics. I don't know much about Python and algorithms and all those things. So, sir, do we have, or can you tell us something about any built software that we can use to retrieve those prefixes and suffixes in Pashto language? Because I was working with my students, and I know through sketch engine software and corpus linguistics, we may create dictionaries, bilingual dictionaries, or I am currently working on building a dictionary of Pashto language.
Cool.
But the issue is Pashto is a diverse language, and we have a lot of different variations there. So, and for me, I don't know if I'm able to make a Pashto dictionary, because it will be a bit difficult. So if we can create corpora, and if you just suggest us something that we use, and then from there we can, create keywords list, and from there we may have those suffixes and prefixes and affixes and all those things. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Saab. Well, as I have mentioned already, that unfortunately, like for Pashto, we don't have libraries online available. And another problem is that like Pashto, as you have mentioned, is a diverse language with so many dialects. Like there is variation in single dialect as well, but I would suggest you like you could contact the Pashto Academy, Peshawar University. So I have seen some resources over there. So I hope they are going to help you out. Hope. Thank you, Dr.
Thank you so much once again, Dr. Khurshid Saab, since you have to leave for some commitment. So I would like to request our head of the department, Dr. Muhammad Abdullah, to come on the stage and present the university souvenir to the learned presenter. We are moving to our next presentation, that is about language shift. And most of the recent language extinction events, which are caused by language shift rather than the extinction of population speaking that language. And you must be familiar with the process of language shift in which members of community where more than one language is spoken, they abandon their original vernacular in favor of another. So this phenomenon, which requires attention, that has been taken up by our next presenter, Mr. Muhammad Umair from Air University. He will speak on this subject. I will request Mr. Umair, who is with us online, to speak on this subject of language shift with reference to our regional language, Pashto. Over to Mr. Umair. Okay, I think Mr. Umair is not with us. So then the next, that is perhaps the last presentation of this session, our colleague, Dr. Sidra Mahmood, Assistant Professor, Department of English, Riphah International University, did a doctorate from University of Malaya, and the subject on which she will speak is a linguistic analysis of redemption in Khalid Hosseini's The Kite Runner, a critical discourse approach. Dr. Sidra, please.
Assalamu alaikum everyone. Once again, I will not take here too much time this time. I will just tell you my overall crux of my paper. And Assalamu alaikum to you and Dr. Sareen Selamat Jahtera. I hope you are well and good to see you after 2 months. So my presentation topic is a linguistic analysis of redemption in Khalid Hosseini's The Kite Runner, a critical discourse analysis approach. So previously this was my thesis in my master's, but this time I did the literature at that time. I applied a literature theory over there, but this time I used the same data just to apply a critical discourse analysis approach. So Khalid Hosseini says that there is a way to be good again. So redemption is a timeless and universal theme, humanity quest to atonement, self-realization, and moral reconciliation. So redemption is the very common theme in the Kite Runner, and it is easily, you can, when you are reading this novel, so you can easily notice that this is not with the protagonist, but also with all the minor characters that are also having this redemption. So when I was preparing my literature review, so it was very interesting thing that I noticed that most of the studies have examined this theme through the literary and psychological lens. So this is a novel research that I just apply a linguistic approach while applying the critical discourse analysis. So my statement problem is redemption as a core human experience, and the Kite Runner presents this journey through the protagonist's struggles with guilt, moral conflict, and self-reconciliation. The research gap that, as I told you, that the previous studies were morely focused on psychological and literary based work, and some prior studies I also mentioned precisely over here. And so this study is actually filling the gaps by adopting a linguistic approach, and I try to use a model by Van Leeuwen's model, which is a social actor network model. And I also used with the lens of critical discourse analysis just to explore the redemption beyond the thematic analysis. So this is not a thematic analysis. I just applied the model and just see that how it works. These are my research objectives. On the basis of these my research objectives, I designed these 3 research questions. One is, how do linguistic strategies construct and mediate the theme of guilt, moral conflict, and redemption in the Kite Runner? Second is, how the social actors presented through role allocation, inclusion, and exclusion. These are the 3 major elements of critical discourse analysis model by Van Leeuwen. These strategies are actually, I have checked in the dialogues of protagonist, the monologues, and even the narrations. So my third and last research question is, what linguistic patterns reveals the protagonist a transformation from guilt to redemption? The significance of my research is that it is contributing at 2 levels. One, the theoretical contribution, the other one is the practical. So theoretical contribution, it expands the CDA application in literary critical discourse analysis, and it provides the new insight into linguistic strategies shaping character transformation in fiction. And the practical contribution is it highlights how language construct moral narratives benefiting the literary and linguistic studies. And it also serves as a foundation for future linguistic research on redemption and the discourse strategies. Research methods, it's purely a qualitative research, and I did the textual analysis of the novel, and the method or the approach is the CDA or the theoretical framework. And the model which I used is by Van Leeuwen, Social Actor Network Model 2008. And the major focus is on 3 things: role allocation, exclusion, inclusion. And within the inclusion, we have the passivization, activation, nominalization, identification, and so on. So the data source and type, it's linguistic data, verbal representation in dialogues, inner monologues, and narrative voices. So there are so many examples that I have done and applied this by explaining by using the model, but some of them I just read it for you. If you need the detailed slides later on, I will give up to you, but right now, because of the short of time, I will just read a couple of slides. So first, I am giving you the example of exclusion, which is one of the very major point of Van Leeuwen's model. And the text that I have taken from the novel is, I watched Hassan get raped. I said nothing, just stood there. So when I did the linguistic analysis while using the model, so I found that in exclusion, we have 2 things that we can notice over here. One is the suppression, and the other thing is the backgrounding. So suppression, like Asif, which is portraying as the villain, is mentioned as explicitly, but Amir distanced himself from the direct involvement, avoiding his agency in this in the event. And the backgrounding Hassan, which is a very close friend of Amir, is the victim, is mentioned by, but give no voice in this instance, highlighting his marginalization. So it is affecting the suppression, and the backgrounding is giving the effect that this linguistic exclusion reinforce Amir's guilt and emotional detachment while subtly erasing the responsibility. Now I'm giving you the example of role allocation, and in role allocation, my focus is on activation versus passivation. So the example is, I had one last chance to make a decision, one final opportunity to be the man Baba wanted to be. So here activation is, Amir is the active decision maker in this moment, taking control of his redemption arc. And passivation, earlier in the novel, when we were reading the novel, we can notice that in contrast, earlier section depicted Amir as passive. He never said any direct statement over there, right? So things happened to Hassan and he took it, one of the example I just mentioned. So this is showing his initial moral inaction, right? And the effect which happened over here is that the shift from passivation to activation reflects Amir's transformation and pursuit of redemption. Then this is related to inclusion. I'm not reading this, but sorry, it's very important for you 1,000 times over. It's a very famous dialogue in the novel. So here association and disassociation is related to this statement, which is uttered one by Hassan and second time by Amir. So the explanation is written, you can read it later on. This is the functionalization versus identification. Hassan, here lived the runner. So functionalization is like Hassan is defined by his role, right? Reducing his identity to his function in Amir's life, how he is changing Amir's life and what role he's playing in his life. Then the identification, which is again a very significant element, and I observed so many examples of identification in the novel. Instead of calling him a friend, Amir often labeled Hassan by the physical traits, right? Which is reinforcing a social distance and telling us the class differences that are present in our society, especially this South Asian region. So Amir's linguistic choices depict Hassan as other, reflecting class and ethnic hierarchies. And this dehumanization contributes to Amir's guilt later. This is again related to inclusion. I'm not reading this. And I guess this is the last example. Yeah, I will read this one. Personalization versus impersonalization. So I knew all about the Hazaras. My teacher said they were only good for cleaning. So this problem is also present in our society as well, because we share the borders. So here personalization is like Amir, the hero, hero's teacher referred to Hazaras as a group, stripping them of individuality. And impersonalization is they are defined solely by stereotyping roles, for example, cleaning and dehumanizing them. And these generalizations reflect the discriminatory discourse that Amir internalized, which he later struggles to unlearn. So these are some examples. So the conclusion of my presentation is that language plays a very, very crucial role in shaping themes of guilt, moral conflict, and redemption in The Kite Runner. And when Lewin's social actor network model reveals how inclusion, role allocation, association, inclusion constructs the Amir's transformation from one perspective to another. And this is again a shift in the linguistic strategies as well. For example, the passivation to activation, impersonalization to personalization, which reflects Amir's journey towards self-redemption. And the last thing is when we see with the lens of critical discourse analysis, which covers the hidden power structures in text, demonstrating how linguistic choices influences the meanings and its interpretation. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Sidra. Since morning, you have been mediating various presenters, and with this presentation, you have explained that how language could mediate human experiences in literature with reference to Khaled Hosseini's seminal work. I request our head of the department, Dr. Abdullah Saab, please come on the stage and present shield to the presenter, Dr. Sidra Mehmood. Yes. Okay, ji, with this, we conclude this session.
I, Hera Rafiq, welcome you all to the last session of day 1 of this conference. For this session, we have 2 keynote speakers and 4 presenters. Time for this session is 1 hour and 10 minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, we are honored to welcome Dr. Umaima Kamran as a session chair and keynote speaker at the International Conference on Applied Linguistics 2025. It is an honor to introduce Dr. Umaima Kamran, a distinguished linguist and academic leader. She is the founder and pioneer chair of the Department of English at Quaid-e-Azam University, Islamabad, and an associate professor with a PhD in phonetics and phonology from International Islamic University, Islamabad. With 30 research publications and memberships in 7 editorial boards, Dr. Kamran is a prominent voice in English linguistics. She has presented at national and international conferences, contributed as a resource person in seminars and workshops, and shared insights as an educationist on TV. Dr. Umaima is going to join us online. The topic of her presentation is an evaluation of English oral communication course, a case study of BS program at Quaid-e-Azam International University, Islamabad. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Umaima Kamran. She's not here? She's not here? Okay. Okay. So moving to our next speaker, dear audience, our next keynote speaker is Dr. Daniela Vitolo, University of Naples, Italy. Dr. Daniela Vitolo is fellow researcher and lecturer in English literature at the Department of Literary, Linguistic, and Comparative Studies of the University of Naples, L'Oriental. Her interests include post-colonial South Asian literature and diaspora narratives. Particularly, her interests are focused on Pakistani fiction in English. Her articles and essays, mostly concerning issues of national and gender identity, have appeared in peer-reviewed journals and edited collections, including the Routledge Companion to Pakistani Anglophone Writing. The topic of her talk is Humor and Gender Issues in Pakistani Women's Fiction in English. Dr. Daniela Vitolo. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you. Thank you for your introduction, and thank you for inviting me to joining the conference. So the topic of my speech is, as you mentioned, humor and gender issues in Pakistani women's fiction in English. Literary narratives, as we know, provide examples of how language has the power to shape and reshape the world around us. The ways in which fiction writers use language to represent a given context circumstance, or issue render a view of a current situation and can suggest a perspective on how things should be or could become. Pakistani Anglophone fiction is characterized by a main interest towards social issues and the ways in which they affect individual lives. This implies that the authors participate in the debates taking place in the public sphere regarding those topics that are relevant for the community for political or cultural reasons. Consequently, this literary production represents Pakistani society, frequently pointing out the challenges that individuals and communities deal with in their everyday lives. In this context, women's writings provide a gendered perspective on the questions they focus on, not only highlighting how the structures and politics of patriarchy affect women, but also making it possible to imagine a future where gender should not constitute a limitation to subjective experiences and possibilities in life. Belonging to these categories are some works of popular fiction that use a light tone and a simple linguistic register to represent how women navigate a social context that frequently denies them some basic rights like safety or the possibility to exercise agency over their lives. The style that is used to write these novels makes it easier for the messages that they convey to reach a large audience. Among these works that share certain characteristics are Moni Mosin's series of novels, which was started with the Diary of a Social Butterfly, Karachi, You Are Kidding Me by Saba Imtiaz, and Shazaf Fatma Haider's How It Happened. What they share is that they tell contemporary stories that deal with social, political, and cultural issues, ranging from terrorism to marriage, from city life to religious sectarianism and classism. These novels always have a female protagonist and a female narrator that express witty, ironic, and funny commentaries on certain situations, on things done or said by other characters, and in this way, they provide the reader with a critical perspective on serious social issues. Since humor is a powerful tool for expressing social commentaries in ways that have a high impact on the reader, this intervention will introduce a discussion on how humor is used in Shazaf Fatma Haider's novel, How It Happened, as an instrument to express a critical view of gendered relationships and social roles in contemporary Pakistani society. Particularly, the purpose of my analysis is to point out that the authors use witty remarks as means to generate a positive image of the opinionated Pakistani woman. In addition, the novel is centered around the clash between traditional costumes and contemporary sensibilities. So the author uses humor to convey the idea that the contrast between different worldviews can be moderated when individuals are able to communicate and understand each other. This process is made possible when people let love prevail over matters of principle. In the novel, the narrator is Saleh, the youngest of 3 children of a conservative middle-class Shia family living in Karachi. The plot follows the succession of facts that lead to the marriage of 2 siblings, Harun first and later Ziba. And the story begins with the process that leads to Harun's wedding. After Harun's wedding, the search for a suitable husband for Ziba begins. However, things change when her family finds out that she's secretly dating Omer, a Sunni doctor, and a period of fights begins at home. The story ends with Ziba's family approving her love marriage. Thus, the narrative is centered around the arranged versus love marriage dispute, which exemplifies the conservative versus progressive take on personal and collective life. In the novel, the younger generation has to deal with the older generation, which is represented by a daddy whose only purpose in life seems to be that of making sure that traditions be respected. Therefore, the young siblings need to find a way to negotiate between their contemporary sensibilities, which make them feel a need to be more in charge of their own lives, and tradition, which they do not reject entirely, as they are aware of its function and they feel morally bound to it. Consequently, they try to promote with their behavior a more open, tolerant, inclusive approach to traditions and to the traditional norms that regulate collective life. The message is that a modern or progressive worldview is not necessarily a source of danger, of potential destruction of costumes and values. Rather, it can promote an opening to what is typically left out by the more conservative outlooks, because, as we know, they are highly normative. Thus, in the novel, humor can be understood as an instrument to promote the development of a society where people can be free to be themselves without necessarily having to fight against the values or costumes of their society. The story of the clash between these opposed worldviews is narrated by an Austenian voice who shares with Ziba an ironic perspective on the events and situations of the family's everyday life. Thus, humor becomes key to this fictional account because it defines the style with which the story is narrated and shows how the young female characters, Ziba and Salea, deal with the structures that oppress them. Just like Austenian heroines, they are witty, have a strong character, and believe in self-determination, which implies that against objectification, they want to assert their identity and be recognized as individuals by those around them. In the novel, humor works at two levels because it is part of the interaction between the characters, and at the same time, it defines the way in which the author speaks to its supposedly female readers. For this style of representation to work, a witty mind and a sense of humor need to be characteristics common to both the writer and the reader. The conscious or unconscious awareness of these shared traits reduces the distance between the sender and the recipient of the message. The readers recognize that they have access to the writer's same ability to catch at an instinctive, preconscious level the incongruity, the irrationality of what is being said or done in a given circumstance. Therefore, they both understand the underlying commentary on certain social practices or on individual behaviors in a certain human context. Laughter, as Henri Bergson wrote in his 1924 essay Le Rire, is a social activity. It seems indeed difficult to conceive laughter as entirely detached from a social environment. Reading is a private act and a social experience. It is a solitary activity during which readers get in contact with the writers and their stories, and thus with human experiences with which they can relate. Therefore, the smile or laughter of the solitary reader is associated with their participation in the life of the community. As an instrument of social commentary, female humor, and particularly that of Muslim women, has an especially disruptive nature because it works as a tool through which a number of received ideas about gender and religious categories are subverted. It breaches the stereotype according to which women are unable to see the whimsy side of events. It also addresses the Pakistani conservative idea that to be non-opinionated is a positive quality in a woman. Furthermore, the use of wit also proves wrong certain representations of Muslims that have been transmitted by Western media, especially after 9/11. On the one hand, It rebuts the idea that the mute and submissive Muslim, or the idea of the mute and submissive Muslim woman. And on the other hand, it confutes the belief that for cultural reasons, Muslims do not have a sense of humor or lack wittiness. Whimsy remarks are a tool to promote change by pointing out the incongruity or absurdity of certain uses, behaviors, or politics, as it is well explained by the so-called incongruity theory. As feminist theorists have observed, the force of humor rests also in the fact that by using it, women and marginalized groups reclaim a form of narrative agency. They can use it to produce representations that subvert the established ones and induce critical reflections. This is true, for example, for the novel How It Happened, which also follows Sarah Ahmed's comment on feminists as killjoys. In Heide's pages resonates Ahmed's claim according to which using humor to address patriarchy serves the double purpose of opposing it while showing that a condemnation of this system of power can go hand in hand with lightness and spiritedness. The novel is constructed as a hilarious account of events because the author wants to produce a representation of how the conservative refusal to adapt to changing times reveals itself as a natural. This reading is supported by Berson's idea that the comic arises from the encounter between elasticity and rigidity. He states that life is movement, elasticity, fluidity, and when it encounters the mechanic and the rigid, this encounter generates a comic result. Thus, if the ironic side of things is revealed by the meeting of the elasticity of life with the rigidity of social structures, laughter seems to have the power to highlight and even condemn the imposition of immobility over progress. The encounter of rigidity and elasticity in the novel is mainly rendered through the clash of positions that are embodied by Dadi on the one side and Ziba and Salia on the other. Here are some examples. For example, when Dadi visits families to find a potential wife for Arun, she specifically looks for a girl who should have a number of characteristics. When the narrator talks about these, she expresses the qualities that Dadi is looking for.
Dr. Umaima, are you with us?
Ji, Assalamu alaikum. Yes, I'm here. Am I audible?
Yes, Dr.
Yes,
Mama, you're audible. Please continue.
So this is my presentation. The topic is an evaluation of English oral communication course, a case study of BS program at Quaid-e-Azam University. Can you please move to the next slide? Okay, these are the main contents of this presentation. First, I'll introduce about this research, then I'll talk a little bit about the significance and research questions, which are for which we try to find out the answers of those research questions. What was the overall methodology of this research and main findings, and there are some recommendations and conclusion in the end. Okay, so in the introduction, you can see that it's in the contemporary globalized landscape, proficiency in English, particularly oral communication, is an indispensable skill. Despite English being a compulsory subject in Pakistan's education system, students exhibit substantial deficiencies in spoken proficiency. Speaking is considered as the skill through which one can convey meaningful utterances but also receives it in a proper way, as per Newton 2001. This study critically evaluates the pedagogical methodologies employed in oral communication courses at Quaid-e-Azam University with the aim of identifying pedagogical shortcomings and recommending evidence-based interventions. So these are three main research questions for which answers are found through different research tools. Research question number one is, what are the main reasons for the students that they lack competence in English oral skills? Question number two is, what teaching methodologies are employed to teach oral communication skills course to BS students at Quaid-e-Azam University? And question number three is, what could be the possible ways their teaching practices can be improved to enhance developing oral communication skills of the students, especially at BS level? The significance of this study is they're enhancing teaching practices that can help English language teachers improve their methods to meet the growing demand for English proficiency, especially in oral communication. This research can also guide policymaker, which provides insights for policymaker to develop better strategies for teaching English oral skills at the university level. It is also supporting for the students. It identifies gaps in students' learning and helps them to overcome difficulties in acquiring oral communication skills. And improvement can also be made in the classroom methods because it evaluates current teaching approaches and suggests practical ways to make learning more interactive and effective. There are multi method or mixed method approaches applied as a research methodology, and there are different tools which are employed for conducting this research. So this research employs both qualitative and quantitative data analysis. The research question explores students' oral skills deficiencies and teachers' lack of focus on oral communication. And the tool are also different, like classroom observation were conducted using a 12-element observation sheet to assess teaching practices. 15 different teachers of oral communication skills, five from each discipline. There are three main disciplines actually in Quaid-e-Azam University, Faculty of Social Sciences, Natural Sciences, and Biological Sciences. So five teachers from each of those faculties were observed while teaching, when they were teaching communication skills, which is especially oral communication skills, which is the one of the compulsory course in all disciplines. The sampling strategy participants include students from 24 BS programs at Quaid-e-Azam University who completed the oral communication course, and a semi-random sampling method was used, selecting students from each discipline. And then there was also interviews of teachers and students. For students, there were some questionnaires that they have to fill to give their learning experiences. So there was structured interview, which were conducted with selected teachers to understand their teaching practices. And the questionnaires contained both open and closed-ended questions, and they were administered to almost 100 students per discipline to evaluate their learning experience. And so overall, there were 300 participants as a student from three different main faculties. So these are the departments which from where the students of different faculties were the data was collected, as I told you, Faculty of Natural Sciences, Biological Sciences, and Social Sciences. Next, please. Then main findings. So there, what was the most important barrier? The reason for the barriers to oral communication was found by especially through the questionnaire which were conducted with the students. Students' perspective that 70% of the students they lack basic language skills, and 30% they think that they need motivation and a platform to improve, but 70% of them they admit that their basic language skills, especially oral communication skills, they lack. Primary reason for weak speaking skills they believe there's some issues in the curriculum. I mean, 90% of students of this point of view, they think their education is basic education was weak. I mean, their background, and their some 30% of them believe that their teaching methodologies are faulty, and there are students' attitude towards learning. There were some weaknesses, and 50% of this student they admitted that. If we talk about especially teaching methods, if we talk about teaching methods and constraints, then most teachers rely on lectures and discussion methods in the oral communication classes. There are also some time constraints and a large class size and a curriculum restriction, which limit these speaking activities because oral communication require more focus on the speaking activities. So this was the issue in teaching methods. And if we talk about the students' overall competency level in oral communication, so English speaking skills vary across different discipline. It was found that students from biological sciences, like especially from Department of Zoology, biotechnology, biochemistry, and microbiology, they showed strong oral communication skills, and there was some average communication skills. Department of IT, Sociology, IR, Psychology, and Customs. Customs is, by the way, Kadazim School of Management Sciences. And then there were weak communication skills among the students of physics, mathematics, and statistics. And in general, it was found that students from Urdu medium background face greater difficulties in spoken English as compared to those who have already studied from the English medium background. And if you talk about curriculum and classroom challenges, then 80% of the teachers strictly follow the syllabus without modification. The curriculum is given, and then they were asked to make the syllabus, so they follow that without modification. And most of the teacher they conduct presentation and reading exercises, but lack structured speaking activities. So this was also one of the weakness in the classroom teaching style. And the one another point which was observed was that the curriculum mostly focused on more grammatical and theoretical perspective, even in the classes where the course is oral communication skills. And the of course in that case it lacks practical language application, and that was also the issue. uh, so these are some of the elements. And the after looking at the 12 points of observation sheet, this is the analysis of the observation sheet. That as I told you, different sessions of different disciplines, teacher classes were observed. And these they were observed on these 12 points, 12 elements which are given on the left side. And these are overall observations of those sessions. If we talk about subject knowledge, all teachers demonstrated strong subject knowledge and delivered in-depth content. If we talk about the organization, 80% use handouts due to lack of technology, and 70% did not summarize lecture, and 90% started class late. So it means the overall organization, these are some of the challenges or issues as well. If we talk about the rapport with the students, 60% provided feedback, 45% encouraged participation, and 60% interacted with the student. And these are the teacher data because the observation of the class. And if we talk about the uh, previous slide, please. If you talk about the teaching method, the lecture method was dominant. In most of the classes, it was observed, and minimal use of technology is used because of the classroom limitations. And there are few real life examples given in the oral communication classes. And the presentation 100% spoke clearly and confidently. 40% uses code switching as well, which means that oral communication classes were also conducted by code switching between English and Urdu language. And if we talk about the class management, 80% did not use time effectively, 20% struggle with class control, only 10% use e-platforms. So efficiency of class management is also one of the challenge. Point number 7 is sensitivity. So there was no bias or personal comments observed. All students were treated equally in the observed class. And student assistance, teachers provided academic support during and after the class. So they were good in student assistance. If we talk about the professionalism of the teacher, all teachers were confident, and 70% of them dressed casually, not due to lack of dress code, but overall they were confident and look professional. Classroom environment, 70% of classes had low attendance. Some classrooms poorly lit, no backup for electricity issues. So this kind of uh, electricity issue or overall classroom environment was also not very supportive for learning. Student motivation, 40% of the teachers actively motivated student, and most of the lectures were non-interactive. So this is also one of the major reason that student motivation was lacking, and interaction, which is one of the important factor for improving the oral communication skills of the student, was also lacking in most of the classes. And the last point of observation was student communication. So majority responded even when there is interaction. So they were the most of the students were responding in Urdu, and only 10 to 15% of teachers strictly enforced use of English language, and most of them were not. Asking student to try to speak in English, so which means that they were lacking English language practice as an oral skill in the class. Next, please. So based on these findings, which were given as a summary to you from the questionnaires, which was filled by the students, and the observations and the interviews taken from the faculty members, these recommendations are made that syllabus, there are three kind of recommendation. One is related to syllabus and teaching methods, that every semester teachers should update the syllabus as per the needs and the requirement of the student, and especially as per the discipline in which they are teaching. And they should shift to the activity based learning rather than just lecturing. And they should reduce focus on the grammar and emphasize more on a practical language use, which is more like communicative method. And then there should be some varied teaching strategies should be employed by the teachers, not just same traditional method of lecturing. Then it is also recommended, based on this research finding, that teachers trainings and resources should be promoted. We should conduct some workshops and seminars, especially on modern teaching techniques, use of now it's era of artificial intelligence. So teachers should be given some training how they can also use such tools. Technological tools like Coursera is freely available in different universities as a resource for teachers and students. So how they can use these resources for conducting their class. So it is important for the teachers that first they should learn about these technologies, and then they can employ in their regular lectures. Then we should provide multimedia facilities in every classroom, because it is seen that in some classrooms these facilities are available, not in others. And we should also encourage collaborative lesson planning among teachers, that teachers should collaborate with each other, they should interact, and they should make more, you can say, kind of uniform, effective lesson plans so that they can help each other and they can learn out of experiences of each other. The last recommendation is about student engagement and motivation. Because as we have seen in the findings of students' comments that they did not feel much motivated, so it is recommended that we should foster a friendly learning environment. We should make English speaking compulsory and encourage all students, especially those who have low confidence in speaking. And we should implement some kind of activities like role plays, discussions, speaking exercises, and then finally change student mindset for the instead of traditional learning, they should go for more interactive learning. Now, this is overall conclusion of this research that students struggle with English speaking skills due to lack of practice, confidence, and motivation. Teachers have strong subject knowledge but are limited by rigid syllabus, time constraints, and lack of resources. Traditional teaching methods dominate with minimal interactive activities and technology use. Syllabus needs revisions to focus more on practical application, interactive learning, and student engagement. A collaborative effort is required between teachers, students, and policymakers to improve oral communication skills at BS level, which is offered at BS level, especially in the universities. Thank you very much for listening me. And if you have any questions, you can ask.
Thank you so much, Dr. Umaima, for enlightening us with your words of wisdom. We'll take question at the end of the session. Moving to our next presenter. Our next presenter is Ms. Yamna Khan, lecturer, Sir Syed University of Engineering and Technology, Karachi, Pakistan. The topic of her presentation is Eco-Tales for Eco-Warriors and Eco-Linguistic and Developmental Analysis of English Textbooks. Ms. Yamna Khan.
Here presenting my research, my slides. Okay, so the research that I'm going to present today is Eco-Tales for Eco-Warriors and Eco-Linguistic and Developmental Analysis of English Textbooks. And moving to the next slide. Why do we need eco-warriors? We'll begin with that. So we all know that climate action is one of the SDGs of the Sustainable Developmental Goals, and this is actually a call, and we are in an urgent situation to include SDGs or include eco-literacy into our education. Therefore, we need eco-warriors, and we also have an inspiration with us. I don't know whether you know about her or not. This is a 14-year-old girl from Balochistan named Zunaira Qayyum. She has recently been appointed by UNICEF as a youth climate advocate. And a 14-year-old girl, so young, realizes that it's very important that climate literacy be added into our education system. Moreover, the 2030 agenda for the Sustainable Developmental Goals also talks about adding climate change education into all the subjects. Like, it has to be interdisciplinary in nature, not only sciences, the teachers who teach science, but also teachers who teach other courses should also be including climate to their course. Moreover, we also have this one more research which says that the climate injustice is happening in some of the countries right now. By climate injustice, what we mean is that the education system somewhere is just here at the conformative stage. We haven't moved to reformative or transformative stage. By transformative stage, we mean that education is not only giving knowledge to the students that this is climate and how to preserve it, but also asking students to do something actionable so that we can see the change and we can see the transformation. And so today we will also see how the textbooks that are being taught here are, where do they stand? Are they still in the conformative stage or are they in the transformative stage? Now, how are eco warriors shaped? We have talked about so far that we need eco warriors and we have an inspiration too, but then how do we shape them? So as research shows that English language teachers have a lot of autonomy. Why do they have a lot of autonomy in their classes? Because see, when we are teaching reading skills or writing skills or listening or speaking to the students, we can choose the topics we want. It's not really, rigid in the nature. Therefore, English teachers are more autonomous. Um, Another thing, the polar bear problem. The polar bear problem is actually sometimes in some schools, the course books that are used for English language teaching are of Cambridge or of Oxford, mostly not addressing those issues that are, contextual in nature, maybe. So, therefore, we have to talk about our green issues, not the green issues of others, because we have to bring transformation. Another thing, if we are giving or if we are adding, incorporating anything related to climate literacy in our English language classes, it has to be experiential in nature. In John Dewey's words, we learn things when we do things. So experience is important. So it's not only that the reading passage is given and then the students do some question and answers or some other exercises. They should also be asked to run some campaigns, maybe, and that would also require English when they'll be going to classes and in the community to present what changes they want to imply. So with that, I come up with my research objectives, which are threefold in nature. I have first seen to what extent these books, the grade 9 and 10 English textbooks of STBB. Here STBB means Sindh Textbook Board. Since I'm from Karachi, therefore this study is based in Sindh, you can say, and a lot of number of students pass out from Karachi board and they do read grade 9 and 10 books, if not the primary or other elementary books. So therefore I have chosen those books. After choosing the books and seeing where environment has been used, I've then applied eco-linguistics framework and seen what linguistic strategies have been used. And moreover, I've also seen whether SDG 13 is being aligned well or not. So this is the research design. My research is qualitative in nature. It is also interpretivist. And I've used eco-linguistics framework. I've already said it. I've also designed a rubric with which I have evaluated the textbook. And moreover, my thematic analysis is also guided by the rubric that I designed. Just to add here, the rubric that I designed has been designed using the green curriculum that was presented by UNESCO. And the piloting was also conducted. There were two researchers who had done a lot of research in eco-linguistics and eco-literacy. So I asked them to help me out in, revising my rubric. So it was evaluated after that. So these are the two books I was referring to. And so now we will look at, are the textbooks I'm talking about creating eco warriors or not? This is just a glance of a rubric I've used for grade 9. The grade 9's textbook on the criterion of these 10 and the scoring guide was from 1 to 5. It's been cropped out, sorry. You can see that maybe in the next slide. So the overall score was below 25. It's a 50 score rubric, but the grade 9 textbook falls on 24 to be precise. This means a substantial work needs to be done on the book. And this is the grade 10 rubric. And here the grade is, the score is 20, even less than grade 9's textbook. So our books need revision. Now, moving to the thematic analysis that was guided by that rubric. Integration of ecological themes across the 4 skills. So see, in our textbook earlier, like before 2018, when the textbooks were not revised, there were no speaking, reading, writing exercises explicitly given, but now they're there. Therefore, what I've done is I've seen how many listening, how many speaking, how many reading, and how many writing exercises, especially with the theme of environment of ecology, are there. So you may see yourself, this green one is of grade 9. So in grade 9 textbook, you might find 10 reading excerpts or exercises or passages on this eco theme, but grade 10's book falls too short, you may see. But see, integration is there. It's not there. The other one, the environmental responsibility. So if you look at this exercise, a very small chunk, a pre-reading exercise, where they ask that, who do you think is a visionary? They have given some traits to a visionary, somebody who can, oversee the future and then decide what to do. And then ask the students to list them in priority level. But do you see any characteristic where climate, ecology, we don't see any such people, no eco warriors, no climate agents are there. So this needs revision. And the one that one is from grade 10th, and it says me after 10 years. So me after 10 years can be a linguist, an astronaut, a ship captain, and when there's no sea, who will be the ship captain? So if we are forecasting things based on just professions, but there's no climate activist over there, it could be added. There are some guidance given for the teachers below these exercises too, but the guidance also doesn't say that okay, it's not there, but the teacher can discuss it. So another one, depth of the content. So this was just one letter to the editor sample given in the textbook, and I've highlighted the last paragraph only because you may see over here that they're just still saying that the steps should then be taken to create awareness among people, and we should be banning the plastic and reduce the use of plastic bags to essential minimum. So it doesn't show that they are being really urgent about it. They're still saying government should do this, do that. Then the other one, equity in the environmental responsibility. All this poem you may see contains, wives, and then we have somewhere herdsmen's wives. All the things that are being done, their hands are full of butter and all those things. You may find females there. Females are really engaged with the nature. That is what this poem shows. And over there, in the next one, you see there are some sentences given. This is an exercise based on language skills where the students have to convert the active into passive, right? So I thought that, okay, it's a good exercise, because it contains all the environmental aspects. See, it says students should do this, teachers should do that. Okay, fine. Not that urgent, whatever is written over there. But again, they are asked to convert it into passive. And we all know that when we convert something from active to passive, the subject becomes inactive. This means nobody will be taking the responsibility. For example, in the first one, if a student should study environmental problems at school, what would be the active? Can you please convert? Help me. Yes, environmental problems should be studied. By whom? So no, this responsibility will then be taken over easily. This was a very good exercise found in grade 10th textbook. It was specifically about sin, and it has the word climate too, and it has some agriculture, economy, culture, history, and some blank spaces too. So it has enough room that the teacher can use it for environmental awareness. The teacher can adapt it as per the region the students are studying in, if they're in interior or if they're in Karachi, wheresoever. So this I found really good. And then the next one is promotion of eco-literacy and use of linguistic strategies. You may see over here, we all know that, deserts are very important. It's not that, they're, as the book says, there are vast stretch of burning sand. And then it also says that to be thirsty in a desert without water, exposed to the burning sun without shelter, is one of the greatest sufferings that human being can be exposed to. So such negative words have been used for desert, making it, something which should not even exist. So who will then preserve deserts when people will think that they shouldn't even exist, because it's, it's very, very, what's written over there? Suffering. It's the greatest suffering. just a chunk. This whole passage contains many other things just like that. So then what needs to change? These are the three things that need to change. The teachers are responsible. Firstly, they should themselves embed sustainability into teaching. If the textbooks are not addressing that, we do realize that, okay, we can add it ourselves. Then the policy makers should also do some efforts, and they should revise the textbooks again and see that how eco-literacy could be added. And then the curriculum developers should also prioritize eco-linguistic themes and align the content more closely with the SDGs, because it's the high time, it's need of the time that we should do that. A lot of I think some of the students of Riphah International University are also sitting over here. You might be teaching in schools, or you might teach in schools after you graduate from here. So you should also be considering these aspects and see whether your textbooks address that or not. And if you want that the rubric that I have designed, you may contact me further. And we all know that education is something that can create eco warriors, it can change. So these are some of the links. I'm available on LinkedIn, on my WhatsApp, on ResearchGate. You may contact me further. I have 2 more studies on eco-linguistics earlier too. You may contact me. You may also contact me for the rubric if you want to analyze the textbooks that you are using. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Jamna, for this insightful presentation on eco-linguistics. Your discussion effectively highlighted the intersection of eco-linguistics and language education, emphasizing how English textbooks shape students' ecological awareness and attitudes. We need more eco-warriors and climate advocates. Moving to our next presenter. Our next presenter is Mr. Nasir Hussain, an MPhil scholar from Air University, Islamabad. The topic of the presentation is a corpus-based comparative study on collocation and semantic prosody in English and Urdu. Mr. Nasir Hussain. Do we have Mr. Nasir Hussain with us? No? Okay. Dear audience, our next presenters are Ms. Rana Mariam, Mr. Muhammad Hamza, from National University of Modern Languages, Hyderabad campus, Pakistan. The topic of the presentation is plasticity in language recovery, stroke rehabilitation, and brain reorganization. Ms. Rana Mariam and Mr. Muhammad Hamza.
Assalamu alaikum everyone. This is Muhammad Hamza Ali, and I'm from National University of Modern Languages, student of Social Sciences, of English, Linguistics and Literature. I'm here for presenting with my co-author Rana Mariam the topic plasticity in language recovery, stroke rehabilitation, and brain reorganization. Stroke is a global issue. It's happening all around the world, and there are too many cases around the world of stroke. For people with whom the stroke word is new, that it's a kind of blood going to the mind and going to the brain, and that disconnect and the function of speaking, reading, writing disconnect because of this. So stroke that happens with accident and some biological things. So stroke is internationally a global thing. And in Pakistan, it's also there. According to Wiley International Journal, there are 350 to 400 cases out of each lakh in Pakistan of stroke cases. So it's a crucial thing that if we conclude it annually, so it will become 350,000 annually cases of stroke. So the problem statement in our study of stroke survival in Pakistan is how we can make neuroplasticity or plasticity to the stroke patients where in Pakistan, where the context is totally changed. The work done on stroke rehabilitation and brain reorganization is conducted on the people having one language. But when we talk about Pakistan, so there are people who share multiple languages and multiple cultures. So the study done on things totally in aspects of language, people of Pakistan and the culture they share. So the scope of the study is how a brain can be adapted, can be reorganized through plasticity for the person, especially in Pakistan, where people speak too many languages and share too many cultures. The previous work that has been done on this, I have divided in 3 themes. The first one is theoretical frameworks. Or the theoretical frameworks which I have divided is diasis model and Y creation model. Diasis is basically a model that when a brain gets a stroke, so the other part of the brain can be adapted because of the damaged part. And Y creation model is somehow that when a brain is damaged, so the opposite part of the brain can take the part of the damaged part. So it works. And this is neuroplasticity, theoretically. The next point is about multilingualism associated as we are working on Pakistan, so they're multilingual culture. People speak too many languages. So multilingualism is associated with cognitive flexibility that can support recovery. Like if a person who speaks one language, so there are no neural pathways in our mind, in our brain. So when in Pakistan, too many people speak too many languages, and so there are neural pathways between languages in our brain. So it is easier to work with those neural pathways to regenerate through plasticity in the mind, in the brain. The next thing, this is advantage of multilingualism, but there are some challenges that if a speaker speak too many languages, so there if the person gets a stroke, so how we can regenerate the language and which language should be regenerated? This would be the question of pathologists and language speak therapist. So these type of challenges language therapist and pathologist faces. The third one is cultural and socioeconomic barriers. Pakistan shares too many cultures, too many people who share too many traits about things. We have myths like if a person gets a stroke, so we can say ke khud ba khud theek ho jayega. And this type of thing happens ke wo, like if we don't get proper assistance of therapist and pathologists at the right time, so it get worse. So there are myths, there are stories, and that was done by socioeconomic things in our society. So there is also in Pakistan a demarcation between rural areas and urban areas. So in urban areas there are of course facilities of therapists and pathologists, but as compared to urban area, the rural areas do not share too many facilities of therapists and pathologists. The rest of the slides would be conducted by my co-author, Rana Mariam.
Okay, so I would like to talk about the key findings while conducting this research. So the very significant key finding was the early intervention. During talking to the experts, they have suggested that going towards the early intervention when it's about the language recovery, so it's so much important that the patients and their guardians should go for the pathologist and other professionals early as possible. Because in Pakistan, we are always so much in rush, and whenever we don't get a better results in 2 weeks or 3 weeks, we are like, okay, this is not working, let's change it. But when it comes to therapy, rehabilitation, we need more time. Okay, how can you think if your child is 11 years old, she or he is not speaking since 11 years old, and now you are expecting from the expert, okay, we want the language in 2 weeks and 3 weeks. So early intervention is very much important. And the second is multilingualism. So being multilingual means that you have a better cognitive flexibility. This is right. But it's so much important to decide when it's about recovering a language. So we can go like, okay, parents are, before stroke or before any accident, my child used to speak English also, Punjabi also, Urdu also. No. While recovering, you should focus on one language. Yeah, it's benefit for you that the cognitive flexibility of your child is better, but focus on one language. Okay. And one more key finding was socio-cultural economic barrier. In Pakistan, people so much focus on the physical treatments and the medicinal treatment. Like if you are taking a pill and you are taking a lot of medicines, you are satisfied with that. And when you talk about people and you talk about therapy or any rehabilitation, sometimes they make fun of that, okay, nothing like this exists, or, I don't think that you will get result or something. So this is the socio-culture barrier, and we need to create awareness so we can tackle this barrier. And another was systematic challenges. So, we have 61% of rural population in Pakistan and 38% of urban population in Pakistan. And there are, if I talk about the normal pharmacies and dispensaries, there are a lot of and a great lack in rural areas. Okay. But if I talk about the speech pathology, you can't even imagine. Like no one being a rural can imagine that there is someone like a speech therapist or pathologist like that. So this means that we have to create awareness about that. Okay. While discussing on this research, the implications are that we have to create awareness so people can feel encouraged talking about these topics, and barriers are that only less than 1% of the medical force of Pakistan have the speech therapy. So we have to increase this number according to the population of Pakistan, so people can get more awareness. As I have very less time, so I would say that our research is more about how we can basically teach people. Like as a BA student, when I was researching on this, I need to research a lot. And if I'm talking to someone and they are from village, they can't understand. So our research contribution is that we have conducted research from very basic level. So even someone is not from the linguistic, they can understand how much this is important, that neuroplasticity can contribute in brain reorganization and linguistics recovery. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Ms. Rana Mariam and Muhammad Hamza, for this informative session. Now moving to our last presenter. Ladies and gentlemen, our next speaker is Dr. Adesami Moses Ademola, Dr. Adesia Orinet Funk from Osun State Polytechnic, Nigeria. The topic of the presentation is Surviving Violence, Resilience, and Resistance in the Face of Gender-Based Oppression, a lexical semantic study of Bio Adebayo's Lonely Days. Dr. Adesami Moses Ademola and Dr. Adesia Orinet Funk.
Okay. Good day, everyone. Am I audible?
Yes, you are audible.
Can you hear? Good day, everyone. My the analysts there, and my other presenters. My name is Ade Somi Ademola, presenting a paper with my colleague Ade Sinyo from Nigeria. Two of us are from the Polytechnic sector of Nigerian education. And the title of our paper is Surviving Violence, Resilience, and Resistance in the Face of Gender-Based Oppression, a lexical semantic study of Bayo Adewale's Lonely Days. Okay. Gender-based violence still remains a pervasive phenomenon in many societies and often heightened by the deeply entrenched patriarchal norms. And as a reflection of society, literature frequently grapples with these themes, and it provides an insight into the lived experiences of especially widows and those who suffer under oppressive structures. So for this work, Bayo Adebowale's Lonely Days is a lucid exploration of such themes centered on the character of Yaremi, that is the protagonist in the text, and a widow who faces both cultural and social violence in a society where women are marginalized. Okay, the study sets to explore how language in Lonely Days not only portray Yaremi, to explore the lexical and semantic implications of oppressive lexical items in the text. Okay, and for the objectives, the paper is set out to achieve primarily certain objectives, which include investigating how certain lexical choices in Lonely Days are used to convey the language of violence and oppression in the text, and also to examine the workings of certain semantic patterns, both in the text. Okay, for the literature review, it is worthy of reiterating that gender-based violence has a long time been a recurrent theme in African literature, and it's a way of reflecting the reality faced by women in various cultural contexts. And several writers have often employed their work to actually talk about this. In the case of Stratton and Ogundipe Leslie, Stratton is 1994 and Ogundipe 1994. They investigate how African literature portray intersection of gender, seeing the manners in which female character resists and survive in male-dominated society. Okay, our societal expectation lavished on women works that include 2015 and Ogundipe 2017 also buttress this. More on the literature review has to do with the critical discourse analysis and feminist literary theory. And those who have worked on that include Spivak, 1988, and Mao, 1985. Two of them are of the opinion that these theoretical backgrounds are highly relevant for this work. Okay, for the theoretical background, the work is anchored on three basic theories. That is the critical discourse analysis, which happens to look at how people use language to manage society, and feminist literary theory that exposes how women are being lampooned in the society, especially in the patriarchal society. For the methodology, the paper has to do with the research design is a qualitative one, and that implies that it takes to explain some of the strategies that the author uses to explain the issue of resilience and oppression about women. Okay, We also have data analysis and the key words related to violence, that is agony, sorrow, torment. All these words are very current and prominent as far as the issue of Yaremi, the protagonist, is concerned. Also, semantic field of violence. Words like mourning, grief, and loss are part of the words that are used to resist violence. While those about shame, rejection, and alienation are also used to corroborate the effect of rejecting the effect of women. Okay. The keywords related to resilience, we have endurance, strength, defiance, and hope. Then we have connotations of resilience. The words like endurance and hope are also very prominent in the text, and they intensify the theme of resilience in the text. Then lexical choices signify resilience, resistance. Then we have semantic analysis of resistance, that is free, self-reliant, and autonomous. Then the power dynamics in the lonely days. There is a kind of power dynamic between man and woman, where a protagonist, Yaremi, tries to resist the power from the women who dominate the society. The implication, the basic implication of the paper is that there is a narrative of resilience and resistance on the part of the protagonist. The careful selection of words and the use of specific semantic fields also reflect suffering, but reinforces our strength and defiance. Then conclusion. The study has explored the close connection between language, gender-based violence, and female agency in Bayo Adeboale's Lonely Days from the aspect of lexical analysis. And the paper is able to maintain that the broader discussion on gender-based violence in African literature has also been expanded through this work. Thank you for listening.
Thank you so much, Dr. Desami, for your presentation. Dear audience, now I would like to request HOD Del Dr. Muhammad Abdullah Beg, HOD Del Female Campus Dr. Samina Nadeem, Dr. Shamim Ali to come on the stage and present souvenirs to our presenters. Now I would like to invite Ms. Jamna to come on the stage to receive her souvenir. Now I would like to invite Ms. Tana Mariam and Muhammad Hamza to come on the stage and receive a token of appreciation. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, with this, we conclude the first day of our international conference. Thank you for your enthusiastic participation and patience.